Hello everybody, Plucky Hero here. We're kind of ready to go live on comms. And I'll just do the transition and then bring in the chat. There we go, folks. We should hopefully all be there to be seen, be heard. I love it, Zix. I love it.
I mean, seen, heard.
Drinking. I mean, I've got my drink here, folks. Mine's some green tea. Very nice. Green tea that I got free.
I had tea. Sweetened with lemonade.
Yeah, so has anybody spent any like XP or are people hyped for this session? I know I am.
Oh, I'm super excited to see where this sword is going. And I have not bought a new charm yet, but I have 11 solar experience or 11 experience.
Nice.
To spend.
Yeah, I haven't spent any of my experience yet either.
Wow.
It's either going to be a presence or a dodge charm.
Dodge, yeah. I mean, I went a little bit all out with the purchasing of defensive charms, because I honestly thought we wouldn't survive last session.
Our first combat, I think we would have been okay.
I felt that worst case scenario in that fight is I was going to come away with some sort of crippling wound and everything else would be okay. So I'm kind of shocked that I somehow came out okay and both of you were wounded.
Wow, I mean, that's just testament to our industrious Dawn, right? Like, putting his life on the line to save yours.
I mean, Shock said it last time. You kind of carried the fight.
Oh.
Extra 19 initiative.
Yeah. God, that's... Although, we'll see if I end up regretting that decision not to kill the person.
I feel like you might.
You certainly would.
No regrets, right?
No regret. Hashtag YOLO, folks.
Just keep in mind, because I didn't one-shot the elemental, that's why we got, hurt. So I technically am the source of the only damage we actually took.
Really? I thought wouldn't have happened if we did it all in one go. Wouldn't it have been worse? Because there'd be more damage. I don't know.
It can't
Well, then it would
activate
be
charms
dead.
if it's dead.
Oh. I thought it did it on death thing, like a death splatter or something.
No. It said, I'm still alive! Feel my pain. Ha 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 ha.
Those elementals, folks. Those elementals.
So yeah. What's everyone been up to since last time?
Finally locked down a new place to live.
Woo!
Awesome!
Congratulations.
It is a nice townhouse in a shady neighborhood.
Wait.
I was about to applaud the first statement.
But it's got a big fence.
Are you literally the house? Oh, sorry. Go on, Alk.
Sorry, a couple of years ago, I was house hunting with my wife, and we were looking around the place, and we found some places that were nice and big, like lots of places, room for the kids to run around in. We were on the cheaper side, that they weren't like luxury houses or anything like that, and we were happy with that. But there was this one that we went into, just this great big house and this nice little courtyard and stuff. And I'm just like, oh, we really like this. And then one of the side rooms in the courtyard out the back has just got all these heat lamps in there, and then it's just this room full of weed. Like,
oh, that's nice.
Did you know that was there?
What did they
And the
say?
real estate agent's just like, oh, yeah, the previous tenants like gardening. We're like, okay, well.
This house has additional benefits, and it's in a good school district, and it's also zoned for agricultural.
Wow.
I'm just like, they moved out and they left it all behind. I just want.
I mean, that sounds like. I mean, most people have problems with like mail from the old residents coming there, or that one. I feel like there'll be like house calls that you really wouldn't want to get. Like, where's my drugs?
I live in California, so they would just say, and it comes with a few $100s of additional benefits.
Avocados.
Yes, avocados.
Well, at the moment, all of that's legal out here.
Oh, yeah.
Until
I'll be
our
right
Attorney
back.
General says something.
Un
about it.
momento.
I think they're trying to legalize it down here for medicinal purposes, which would be good because apparently that's a thing. You know what? Let's not get into that.
I mean, it's all good. I mean, we're tackling adult decisions and morals in game, so like, if we're gonna do it in game, we can do it out of game as well, as long as like nobody gets offended too much. Like, I'm sure it'll be fine. I was gonna say though, culture shock. Are you now the that guy at the end of the street with that really weird out of place house where all the ghost stories and?
No, it's so the town I live in is a little flavorful, I'll describe it. And East 14th Street is sort of the main thoroughfare, and it's old and kind of run down, but has some charm and some shadiness to it. And it's a interesting area, but there's like one nice apartment complex on the entire road, and then it wraps around this little enclave of townhouses that I live in. So I'm like a nice place wrapped around by another place, wrapped around some shadiness.
Nice. I think.
Throw all the shade.
Was that a wardrobe change, Six?
Yeah, it's a little warm in my apartment right now, so I've turned on both of my air conditioning units in hopes that it cools down because I'm in the one corner of it that's away from both of them for sound reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no circulation over here. So I chose a slightly lighter t-shirt.
I like how in real life I have zero awareness sometimes. Didn't even notice there was a change of wardrobe. But Captain Ash, he definitely knows. He's like awareness supernal.
I see, hear, touch, smell, and taste everything.
I got a feeling like if it was modern day, Captain Ash would be constantly entering those game shows where they ask you to do silly tasks like have a little feel around and guess what it is, or like if you can make out what's been said backwards and stuff. He'd be awesome at that.
He's a cheater.
I mean, only once he's met his lunar mate and like been transformed into one.
He's not larceny. That's Etzer's shtick.
I mean, come on though, a cheater, folks.
I mean, they literally have cheating charms in that tree.
Null anima gloves. So, are we live at the moment? I don't actually.
Yeah, we're live.
No.
We're live.
Hi, everybody.
Are we doing that thing we do every week? Yeah, we're doing that thing.
Yeah,
Why else would I be
think
wearing
we're
a silly
gonna
hat?
Start for like. We should just start telling people we actually start at 10:30, not 10, because we've never successfully started at 10.
I mean, like that's when our like at that like at 10 comes our pre-stream hype, right? I like how it,
Yeah.
so which gives me an ample like up to an hour of time to get the technical difficulties. So now we don't know what to do with this free time we've got all of a sudden now that I've got better at like running the show production wise.
This isn't obnoxious, is it? Like I like to have it closer to me so that when it helps reduce the roboting.
No, that's fine. I mean, why would it be obnoxious?
because it's a big silver thing at the bottom of my frame.
Oh, it's a microphone!
What did you think it was?
But I would say that for comical effect. I mean...
No, it's not obnoxious at all.
No,
My
it's-
face says it's not.
Yeah. It's like a space age rocket ship designed by somebody
I
that,
thought you
like...
were going somewhere else with that.
Jeez. Wow, way to lower the tones, it. Way to lower the tone. Yeah, I know what you thought I thought. I'm on to you.
I know nothing.
So, how are the players feeling over the last session?
I mean,
am
hurt?
pretty-
Like, not me personally, but Ash is pretty hurt, so I'm a bit worried about him. He's got like 5 motes of essence split between 2 pools, so he's going to be a big spender this. But he's okay, I think. We're just gonna. He's glad his circle
How much-
buddies. Carry on.
How much time has passed between the end of combat and now?
20 minutes.
Okay. Cool.
A week, silly.
I think if we can get out of town, we can claim that we have won our first victory, and then
We
take a little time
survived!
to
We
rally.
win!
But if we're getting jumped by a bunch of troops and some sorcerers, then it's on, and we need to ante up. So
Oh, you thought the sorcerers and the troops were the bad guys?
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I swear the cinnamon, that's the word, is the bad guy. I like onto him. Thinks he can like drop sensory smell, foreshadowing all over the place, and me not pick up on it. Where does 5? I'm all over that.
I do
You know,
have a question.
Yes.
So, I noticed that there's the scent of curried fish going around a lot. And was it intentional that it was mentioned back during the Adore scene, whenever we were trying to calm it down? I remember curried fish being mentioned.
Doris was stewed fish.
Stewed, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, because you're a coastal village, and apparently the only thing people eat in coastal villages are fish. And I couldn't think of anything interesting to do. No, like, it was totally deliberate.
Okay.
really.
That's it.
But Cashier Kasam, whose name I'm probably butchering horribly as I do always with every name, smells like curried fish to me. That's his scent marker.
Yes, he does.
So.
That is his scent marker. Kashim Kasham.
Kashim
Kashim.
Kasham.
Mm.
We meet again. How's your head?
Which I hope isn't some sort of, like
Slanderous term.
thing to call someone or something, like...
Accidentally insulting. The best way to be, folks.
Just- I like alliteration, so I'm a bit of a Stan Lee there.
Okay, so I have green tea, and because I've like not washed up enough spoons to pull out the tea bag, it gets to a stage where it gets insanely bitter at the end. So if you just see my face like freak out, it's because I took a sip and then all that bitterness has hit my tongue, and it's horrible.
Tannin is really bad for you, just so you know.
Yeah, that's why I don't go in the sun.
So Captain Ash dies.
Hey, that's not even fair to punish him for my puns.
Just spontaneously,
Just-
Adore decides that actually no, this isn't the man I thought he was. Let's
Yeah.
kill him.
God, what is he? Some sort of poetry soprano? Let's get this Dawncast out of here.
On that note, are we ready to begin?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Well, let's pause the music and start up our. Hi, everyone. By the way, anyone who's watching.
Hello, folks. Second Breath Crew here for episode 8. Exciting stuff.
Of our nattering chatter. Do you remember enough to do a tea leaving there?
Wow. With the bitter taste of tea leaves in my mouth. I think I can manage it, hopefully. Gosh, give me a second. Do you want to say any words to the viewers, Elk, from a storyteller, before I go into the characterization of Tashima Umazai?
As a storyteller,
Ugh.
I am obviously not used to playing to an audience. I'm used to playing specifically to my players. So This is new to me. I hope people have been enjoying, because I've been enjoying running. This has been one of the smoothest groups I've run for. Like, they're always fun, and they're always exciting, but not usually this smooth. Everyone's sort of come together really well, which I'm thankful for.
Tashima Umazai here for another... You're right there, Oak? Have we lost you? Like, there's a major delay there. I thought you finished.
Oh, sorry.
No worries, dude. No worries.
I'm finished now, though.
That's good.
Go Tashima.
Take 2! Tashima Umazai here for another tea leaving special. Previously, we left our people in the city of Chirai? I'm never going to say that. Anyway, it's been pretty dull on the flirtatious muse, so I've sneaked away to do some tea leaving. We've been mostly fishing. It's been pretty boring. We've been just floating around here. When are they going to come back? What's happening? Let's find out, shall we? Oh dear. Etzer has got himself in a whole kettle of trouble. Talk about a fish out of water. Why did he even think that would work, challenging a ripped sorceress lord of Yashir to a one-on-one duel? Is that even in his style, really, when we think about it? And as it looks like it's going to be the end of the day for Etzer, Adorn steps up and lines the path. Adori blocking what would have been clearly a fatal blow if it had landed, or at the very least left him scarred for life. What ensues is a dramatic, and at some point quite traumatic combat for anybody watching, as the Sorceress Lord is beaten back by a knockout blow to the head. Will Ash regret not killing Kashin Kasam? What are those elementals that are springing out of the ground? Oh my gosh, Zix, no, don't! So many painful shards spraying everywhere. Mostly into the captain. How is Etzer the only one that's not injured? As we try and stop the elemental from performing a protective layer around and squirreling away Kashin Kasam, the party are left in the wake of a devastation of shards and a subdued elemental, crystalline and gemstone, which Etzer's quick thinking manages to sorcerously enthrall. We learn that its name's 47. What a weird name. Does that mean there's 47 of these things? Like, sort of, all over the place? I mean, I don't know, folks. This is starting to get scary. I think they've been off more than chew. With that in mind, they try and pursue Kashir Kasam before he's able to alert the ships in the harbour, but they're too late. The boat's already left docks, and they're left on the dock place. But Cheshire resorts to utilising the weapon, the same sort of sorceress sword that was used in Shampur, unleashing the Fawny Rose, a heirloom from the royal family of Fawns, and as power echoes forth from this sword, massive waves are rising up to meet the fleet, and that's all my tea leaves have got. This rationing is really taking its toll on me knowing what's going on. Alright, Saren, I'm going to get back to mending those nets for fishing. I know it's important to keep up the ruse. Can't get a break, folks. Can't get a break. And I think that was pretty much everything that happened. Did I miss out? Oh, I missed out a little bit about, Captain Ash undressing people and taking care of them. Taking care of them! Not taking advantage of, sorcerer's minded tasks of people of Chirai. Chai. Chia! Yeah, Chia. That old chestnut.
I like that Tsushima went a little bit meta there.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Cheshire. Sorry, Six. I feel like they're slowly getting worse, these tea leavings. I do them on the spot though, folks. Maybe I should start scripting them so they actually make a little bit more sense, but I don't know. It's part of the fun, really, isn't it?
For something that you just do off the cuff, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, let's go with that. Anyway, folks, any questions? Or as always, throw them in chat and we'll respond. Laughing at me and my tannins. What's going on, Vayri?
Witness me. Witness me. Sword screams as it sails out into the bay, taking the tide with the essentially desiccated husk. And as the waves begin to tower over the bay, they crash down through the entire fleet, battering the sails down, crashing them together, tipping them to the side. The whole 6 galleons just discarded to the wayside like they were paper lanterns cast into a stream. Once the destruction is done, the wave continues. Its pull on the harbour starting to subside as the sword just sails on and on. The water slowly creeping back into the bay. Debris washing up. Bodies. Hundreds of them. Slowly rolling in onto the sandy banks. There are no survivors.
Does Cheshire still feel connected to the blade?
Yes, but it has flown quite significantly because it does not seem to be showing any signs of stopping. As it makes its way towards the horizon, you just see this titanic wave gathering steam and just crossing out beyond sight.
That's gonna come back to haunt me. Like, it's already haunting right now, but that's not good. Okay, so because of the sword, what would Cheshire's frame of mind be? Because I remember you saying that his dance was more ferocious than ever.
Through his connection with the sword, the Herald of Thorns wasn't liberated in the way that Addery eventually became. It seemed to seek significance, screaming to the heavens, as if it had been locked away forever. Threatened never to see the light of day ever again, to never be witnessed, to never be significant. And that frustration and fear is a potent mix. It's overwhelmed the blade itself. Clearly, whatever this is like Adderay Storm, beyond its original make and intention. But under the right conditions, with the right prompting, schooling, and education, a being can be made to feel whatever its master may want.
Got it. So, after having released the blade, Cheshire watches the tsunami take shape and just utterly destroy the ships. And as the bodies start to wash ashore, his sight stays following where he threw the sword, but his peripheral vision starts to kind of defog, so he doesn't have tunnel vision anymore until he looks around at the devastation and the lives that he just took. He had an emotional breakdown with only taking the emotions of people. So at this point, the frustration is going to mix with regret. He didn't want to have all out death befall all of the enemies. Hopefully submission, but he knew that death may have been inevitable. But he still regrets it. He regrets his actions. So he kind of he falls back on his heels and falls on his butt on the dock, just taking in everything. His mouth is agape, his eyes are wide. And he pulls in his legs into a ball and he wraps his arms, and just kind of looks down at the shore as the water continues to wash forward, probably stained a little bit with blood and continuous debris. But he doesn't say anything.
Etzer will sort of notice what's going on with Cheshire and walk down the pier towards him and stand sort of directly in front of him, kind of blocking his view from what's in front of him, and extend his hand down to him gently for Cheshire's own so he can pull him up.
Even when you walk in front of him, Cheshire's gaze doesn't turn away. He's kind of stuck right now.
Then Etzer will kneel down, sort of on both of his knees, almost like he's bowing in front of you, and grasp you by your shoulders, and look you straight in the eye and say, "Everyone may see you as a boy. Today you have become a man. Not because you have killed them. Being a man isn't based in actions of violence like so many of the sagas tell us. It's in making that hard choice, putting aside what you personally want for what must be done. It's those trying moments where you forge ahead and blaze your path, that you assert who you are. This may be hard to deal with right now and take in, but I promise you, you made the right decision today." And I'm going to try and make an instill action on Cheshire to create a intimacy, a principle that war requires hard decisions.
Okay. This is something you emphatically believe, so charisma plus presence, please.
No, sincerity is not my strong suit.
He rolled 1 dice? How is that a thing?
Oh.
But yeah, my resolve is 4. And it's going to get boosted by a minor intimacy, so it's at 6. That's not a thing. Greater than 7.
Yeah, it's only 4.
Yeah.
You ain't buying it.
Sorry, I should have given you a 1 point stunt for that. didn't think to tell you. And now I
Nope.
have that Mel Brooks Men in Tights song in my head. You are in Man in Tights.
So Cheshire hears your words. He understands that you're trying to help him and you're trying to make him feel better about his decisions and what his choice cost everyone else on those ships. So instead of sitting there and sulking, Cheshire turns away from you, starts scooting himself across the dock until he can push off and land in the sand, avoiding the bodies. And he starts pacing the shore, looking at the debris and the wreckage and the people. He's fully absorbing the consequences of his actions. And he's going to start to think of some kind of recompense that he can make. But he still doesn't say anything.
No, he's still there. So there's like hundreds of bodies in the bay, right?
Not all of them have been pushed up onto the beach head, so to speak. But yeah. To wooden wrecks of debris scattered about. Provisions strewn through the bay. It's this ecological nightmare, actually. Is it 3 or higher? No, not necessarily, unless you want to make a roll. Give me the higher of your plus intelligence. Yeah, sorry, higher of occult or law plus your intelligence. Not specifically, no.
Etzer would probably be going back into the part of town we were at earlier, where we saw the most people, and trying to rally all of the remaining citizens that are capable of leaving their house so he can give them a public address.
Okay. Yes. Whenever there is a great tragedy that has taken place in the world, inevitably stories of the feelings of the victims passes on. There's this city in the northwest dedicated solely to proper funeral rites and interring people to stop these happening. Maybe they're just ghost stories, but they are prolific and common. Usually when stories are so easy to come by, there is a kernel of truth to them, usually.
I've got a little confession to make, folks. I've just noticed that I've muted my microphone for the first section of this stream. So because you guys can hear me on Discord, but the people at home haven't been able to hear me. Classic plucky. Sorry
That
about
reminds
that, folks.
That reminds me. Are you recording?
I am recording. I did click record. So, oh no, actually, I think we've only missed a little bit. I think I muted it to type that poem, so you didn't get the keyboards. So hopefully you just missed my poem. Basically, what Ash has done is this, just in case you haven't got it. He read out a poem at the docks. We are the testament to those drowned out screams, bay in our tomb, a graveyard painted by torment. Tearless faces frozen in a moment of terror from forces beyond mortal comprehension. Is this the harbinger of what is to come, or merely the ending so a new, brighter days may win out? And then has gone along the beach, looking to find Kashir Kasam, and also inquire whether Ash knows about hungry ghosts. Sorry about that, folks. I'll try and stay on top of things like that. Sorry, Elk.
That's okay.
Okay. We should be up
So as I mentioned, these types of stories are common. There is a real fear in the people that whenever there is death of any kind, but especially when there is such mass destruction, that the dead tend to linger and revenge.
How long is it before, like, nighttime?
You came down in the morning, midday during the fight, so it's just a bit after midday at the moment.
Okay, so we've still got some time before nightfall. I imagine that's when ghosts come out. I mean, Ash doesn't know that, but it's like ghost stories usually are like stuff at night in his mind. So. Do I have any joy?
Give me a sec.
Sorry?
Do I have any joy tracking down Kashir Kasam? Do you want me to roll for it?
I was going to get to that in a moment, sorry.
No worries, no worries.
Because you've had your awareness charms, so picking out one signature scent amongst all of this death and debris is probably easier than expected. The telltale nature of that specific rendering of the curry and fish that you know to be Kashim, it's wafting out there somewhere in the bay as you sort of pick through the mush that the sand has become as the water's just slowly rolling back in, sort of bringing the debris and the bodies. And upturned on this plank and sail, tangled up in the ropes, is where you find Kashim. Miraculously, his breath is haggard and choked. Seems to be coughing up globs of water and blood. But he is somehow alive. Barely.
Ash will attempt to cut him free from the ropes and drag him to the shore where he'll be safer. Or
He's a big man. What's your strength?
2. But I've got good athletics, if that helps.
If it takes a feat of strength to remove him, no. You gotta have a strength of 30.
Technically, you can't even roll.
Oh, okay.
Technically. I'm not going to make it a feat of strength, though. Just give me stamina plus athletics.
Stamina plus athletics. Now you're talking my language. I'm going to spend. I'm going to spend a point of willpower actually to give me 1 automatic success.
All right. Just keep in mind this is going to be an extended roll.
Yeah.
Just tell me how many rolls it takes you to get to a total of 6 successes, please.
Okay, we'll do. So what Ash is going to do is, seeing that he's very heavy, he's going to take a piece of driftwood and use it to lever him onto a tarpaulin that's come free from one of the rowing boats, and he's going to use that to help drag him up there safely. So making an impromptu stretcher and using the leverage from the bits of dry wood to safely put him on there, knowing that his own strength won't be enough.
Okay.
Okay.
We describe direction, so that's a 1 point stun.
Fantastic. 10 dice. Athletics plus stamina.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
You said you wanted to be trying to be gathering people who were able to leave their homes.
Yeah.
As you go back to the main square and you start investigating these residential houses and finding people, it's curious. The way that the freeman had described it, it sounded as if the nobles had sort of sold out the city, had accepted these sort of coin and jewels and sided with Kashim. But they're all prisoners here. Everyone has their hands bound, and they're not all sorcerously nullified. But none of them are free. All of them are glad to be rescued, so to speak. Would you spend any time listening to them?
Yeah, I would round them all up and just kind of explain to them. As you can see, we have driven out and conquered the former masters of your city, and in the interim, we will be in charge of things. But I warn you, we have made companionship with the lower elements of the town that have been driven out. And what they have told me about your capitulation makes me somewhat concerned about how you will be retreated on the return. Do you have any justification for your behavior?
Anyone you tell the story to is mortified, insulted, and extremely concerned. For the story as they tell it, is that it was the freemen who abandoned the city, leaving the merchant and noble classes who would normally rely on the physically fit and stable to help fend off attackers and such, to fend for themselves. And since none of them are technically physically fit, the city was taken easily.
I got 7 successes my first roll. I don't know what the difficulty is for that. So I don't know how many of those
On the
successes
first roll, okay, cool.
counts.
And it takes you about probably 5 minutes to drag him up onto the side of the shore where you're sure that he'll be safe.
Fantastic. Is it okay if I also bellow out of my top of the lungs. I need a healer! There's a survivor!
Cheshire. There's a survivor.
Cheshire's ears perk up. He comes out of his daze. He stops looking at the ground, looks around, sees Captain Ash pulling a body from the rigging. You probably can't see that it's Kashim from this distance, and starts running.
It takes about, as I mentioned, 5 minutes for Captain Ash to sort of drag this body up onto the edge of the shore where you can finally jump down into the churny mush that the sand has become. And it's haggard, and he's clearly got broken ribs and battered. It's covered in bruising. But he survived. And it's Kashim. A makeshift bandage has been sort of slapped onto the side of his head where he had taken the blow from Addery's hilt. The rest of him is severely battered. But he's alive, barely.
When Cheshire arrives, he doesn't know anything about medicine. He doesn't know how to heal wounds of the flesh. So he'll do what he can. Cheshire gets down on his knees and pulls Kashim's hand into his own and pulls it into his lap and clasps it between his two hands. He starts saying, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." And he's trying to do a presence inspire action to feel peace. It's not going to dull pain physically, but it may do something about his mental state.
That's it.
Yes.
What of these salacious accusations to the Freeman?
So Etzer is going to stand up straight and look over to Delta Swan, who's his chamberlain, and say, "Swan, begin interviewing these men and women and taking statements from them. I want to compare their stories. There will be a full accounting and trial once the Freemen have returned to the city, and I will get to the bottom of this. And I assure you, I have been deceived by one party, and justice will be served against those that are guilty. In the meantime, as a sign of good faith, we've seen the considerable wealth that the Freemen have stolen from the merchants that tried to do illicit business with the Asir here. So I'm well aware of the capital that has flowed into the city since their occupation's begun. As a sign of good faith, clearly you would hand over all such cash and material gains through their illicit occupation to the city, to see it properly redistributed and restituted to those who have been actually harmed."
As the nobles advise you, they haven't seen a single coin. They were prisoners here. They did as Kashim and his men had forced them to do. They were given routine to follow out, to sometimes seemingly meaningless tasks to move about the city, exchanging houses, and sitting at tables for long hours, with a hot and luscious meal sitting in front of them that they were never able to eat.
Can I make an occult roll to try and discern why they would? I mean, I assume that there's some sort of occult purpose to what they're doing.
You can make a roll. Ash,
2 successes.
thank you. With the freemen out of the city, there are no sort of medicants or doctors, nurses, or anyone of any kind anywhere near. Kashim's breath is laboring. It is steady, though. Sorry, I've got something in my eye.
No worries.
It was pain. You do you have any dots of medicine?
No.
You have no idea whether he's going to survive or not.
No.
It looks terrible, like bruising across his entire body.
If
At least he's not covered in like cuts and gashes or anything like that.
no, if I was, but there was definitely healers in the Freeman camp, was there?
Yeah, pretty much. The only people who were left here in the city were those of like administerial type positions and merchants and things. People who did paperwork and management, so not the actual sort of laborers or artisans or anything like that. They were all cast out, left. Not sure anymore.
Cheshire. I feel like if this one is to survive, we must get him to the camp outside of the city at great haste. Also, I'm very concerned about any motions towards the bay of bodies, about ghosts rising from these dead. They did not die a good death, and it was a death brought on by supernatural means. Such things will probably mean that they won't rest well and won't pass on to the afterlife. I dread to think how many ghosts and what they may do to this city if they aren't properly disposed of and given the proper funeral rites.
Cheshire, while he was holding Kashim's hand, do you want the result of the roll, by the way, Elk?
Yes, please.
11.
Thank you.
On 10 dice.
Sorcery!
With no stunt die. But Cheshire's eye, he's crying visibly, not wailing. It's a silent, just streams running down his face and landing on the hand that he holds. Being familiar with sorcery and also being a zenith, Cheshire feels within himself a certain power that will connect him with the dead and help them to move on to not become hungry ghosts. So he looks up at Captain Ash and says, "You take him and get him help. I will remain here. I have a job to do."
Will you at least help me comfortably load him onto that cart there so I can easily move him. He is
Yes.
quite a large man, and I don't feel I'll be able to without some aid of a cart or something. So we secure him onto a cart that was used probably to carry fish from the harbour.
That's not sanitary.
It's fine, it's clean now. It's been way, like, obviously its most recent cargo, instead of fish, would be rare shells or something more wealthy and opulent, as has been the custom for the last few weeks, I imagine, as ill-gotten gains have flowed through the city, or the city's been exploited by its annex. And I proceed to, like, take the body into the streets to where hopefully Etta is, or the rest of our, like, wagons are.
Yeah.
Do you want another stamina roll for me for, like, moving the cart?
No, that's okay. It was mostly just sort of dragging it through the mud.
Yeah.
Now you've got a cart. There's no sense. Cheshire, what is your plan?
It's midday now, so if anyone is going to check in on Cheshire, they will see him moving from end to end on the shoreline, from where the debris starts and the bodies lie to the other end until he finds no more. As he moves across the shore, it's ceremonious. There are structures that pop up behind him and supporters, illusions. But they basically embody what he's doing. He goes from site to site, swaying side to side. And each time he comes across a body, he dips down and, with the grace of a dancer, holds their hand as the body is engulfed in flame. When the flame dissipates, a single light pops out from where it was and flows off to fade.
Are you aware of the psychological toll this is going to exact upon him?
It's the only thing he can think of in this moment to help those that he's killed. If he cannot help their bodies, he will at least help their souls. Fully aware that
It's a somber task.
it might shatter his mind.
Etza, as the afternoon drags on and the interviews are compiled and notes are taken, it begins to become obvious that everyone here is too terrified to lie or deceive. As far as you or any of the assistants you have with you can determine, everyone here is convinced that the Freemen abandoned the city. And left them to their fates. The treasures and golds and jewels and silks and have all been collected in a series of warehouses, packed into these great crates, branded with the sigil of Ysir. Looks like they were being ready to be shipped out.
I would ask the two soldiers that Cheshire got to capitulate and sort of join in with us. The location of any other warehouses and stockpiles they have, and I'm going to begin concentrating those goods.
So what do you mean?
So I plan on leaving here with the material gains of Ysir. That I need to liquidate their goods to help fund my revolution. So we're going to start collecting that, going through it, finding the most valuable things so we can take it back with us to the Flirtatious Muse.
The treasures and ill-gotten gains are such a hoard that it expands through 3 giant warehouses. Crates packed and filled and catalogued. You're not entirely sure where it has all come from. But it makes up what you could fairly generously count to be the sum total of 3 kingdoms worth of wealth.
Holy crap. Okay.
This is far too much to fit on the Muse.
Etzer has lore with specialties in like geopolitics, regional politics. Can I make some sort of a lore roll based on the material goods that are here in the catalogs to try and determine who they stole these from?
Don't bother rolling. There are very few specific places that could have even a modicum of the wealth that is stored here available to be pilfered or stolen or shipped. And that is Prasad in the far west across the sea. And Ysir itself. And very, very little else. They would have had to have plundered 100,000 small kingdoms across the shores of the sea to amass this much wealth so quickly.
Well, if anyone else comes across Etzer, he's going to be furiously transcribing notes, trying to figure out the best way to extract what he can onto the Flirtatious Muse. Like, what's the most of all of the goods, which are the most, value per square foot of space that it takes up ratio. And he will be kind of be like the dog that has caught the car that he was chasing. He has everything he wants and he has no idea what to do with it. Like, there's more here than he can move away. He could buy dozens of mercenary companies with this kind of capital, and it's kind of wasted because it's unable to be properly extracted. And a lot of it probably isn't in loose coins, and there's very few people that he could sell it to.
During one of your furious catalogings, sort of moving between warehouse to warehouse, you come across Captain Ash, who's got this cart sort of laden with this large body that you know to be Kashim, sort of hauling it through the city.
No, what are we doing? Why did you not leave him to drown with the rest?
Etzer. Why didn't I leave him to drown with the rest? I mean, for one, I think you'd be interested to know what plans Ysir has got for this greater section. At the moment, we're very much in the dark, and clearly something greater than us is going on, greater than even the annex of this city. There seems to be some... Well, you saw the power of that sword. I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to know who's behind this, what other items of this magnitude are out there in the Dreaming Sea, and what havoc they plan to wrought with them. And I'm not about to, let a man drown needlessly. At the very least, he must be held accountable for his actions. Maybe he's just a pawn of Ysir, maybe he's not. I've got a feeling he's not completely a pawn, but maybe he may not have been fully aware of what they were doing or what their plans are for the Dreaming Sea, and if he can be persuaded to use his powers for the good of the Dreaming Sea and not its destruction, then he will be a very powerful ally. I believe in second chances, Etzer.
Well, he shouldn't be held accountable. He should be held very carefully. This man, the moment he regains consciousness, is a terrible danger to us. You should not underestimate him in any way. We have no idea what he's capable of.
Well, I am not very well.
Have you ever just seen the air around a man explode like a volcano? Or it's their power is terrible. Do not underestimate him. If he gets loose and causes havoc, I want you to know you bear the responsibility for it.
I understand. You seem well versed in the ways of sorcery. Is there any way that sorcerer can be restrained to stop him or her doing the magical workings?
If you could, with your woodworking, maybe make some sort of like barbed shirt, yes? So where if it completely cuts like the thorns like against his pectoral, so if he changes and pulls out the thing, it'll dig in and tear open his flesh. Maybe something like that.
I could make some sort of restraint that would make arm movement and movement in general difficult.
He should be wrapped in chains. He should be blindfolded. He should be gagged when we're not questioning him. We should lock him in a very tiny box like a coffin, which is appropriate because he's at death's door.
Are there any healers in your retinue? Otherwise, I'm going to have to make the journey to the Freemen. Because I fear he will not last much longer. His breath is very laboured. And I'm surprised that he survived even at all. Although he's quite obviously a well-built man. I think that alone, sheer size, is what's allowed him to survive.
I'm not sure if we should be as trusting as the Freemen as we were previously. But either way, I certainly don't think they will help you heal this man.
In which case, I guess it's in the hands... If I construct a wooden restraint that was, with your help, to prevent sorceress workings, can I leave to get the Freemen, a leader, and maybe some of their healers to bring them into the city? Because we're probably going to have them in the city at some point anyway, to just get to the bottom of what's going on.
Yes, there needs to be a reckoning.
Will I have your word, Etzer, as one of a fellow spirited touch and erstwhile companion, that no harm will come to Kashir Kazam until I've returned and we've decided what to do with him? I know this puts you in a difficult position. I can ask Cheshire if it's...
I will defend myself if necessary, but no, I will not harm him while he's in my possession.
Because at the very least, I think it will be worthwhile for us to find out what else is going on. Knowledge is something that we're lacking at the moment in regards to Yashir's plans, and something that perhaps he will have in abundance. And I find people at a disposition or disadvantage often will freely give information if it will help in their survival or make things easier. So I'm going to attempt to create this restraint device for him. I'm going to try and make it as comfortable as it can, so it's going to be very form-fitting, but also very not very rigid, so it doesn't allow movement. And obviously he's a very strong man, so I'm going to find the strongest wood, maybe I guess ship timbers are really strong, actually, come to think of it, aren't they? They're very lightweight and strong. So I'll find maybe the bits of mass that have been put up there, and use them as my resources to shape this box with obviously Etza's help with knowledge of sorcery movements and casting of spells, and what movements in particular I would have to prevent from happening. Is this something I could do with my woodworking and Etza's help?
You could make some kind of stock, or even just like a particularly form-fitting barrel if you really wanted to, to stop him from being able to move his arms.
I'm kind of seeing it more as the ancient Egyptians had those tomb sarcophaguses. I'm imagining it's kind of like that. So it's kind of holds the hands maybe at one side. It keeps the body very still, and then it has sort of pillow rest that comes up to an open sort of, so you can see the face, and so you can put restraints and maybe a piece of wood that will come over the eyes and stuff.
Some kind of wooden maiden.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I mean, that's within your remit as a woodcrafter.
Fantastic.
There is plentiful resources available. You could sort of get what you need from the bay. Ordinarily, it would take you many long hours laboring to get it done, except you're a solar. I will call it a major project.
Yep, that's
Space
fine.
difficulty is going to be 3.
Yep, that's cool. Blimey. It's going to be difficult without...
Do you have the silver experience to spend on it?
Definitely have the silver expense. Well, in theory I do. I have 26 plus 12, so 38.
It gives you a chance of 2 rolls.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 rolls.
3 rolls, yeah. I'm just thinking, because I'm really low on essence, and I want to get this done as quickly as possible. So, if I use the last of my personal essence, I can use the remaining for peripheral for if I don't have enough in both my pools to
Correct.
pay for a charm. Fantastic. So I'll assemble my woodworking things. Will this be a dexterity for the carving of the wood? As I'm trying to make it very intricate and very precise. So that'd be dexterity plus crafts. That's 9. Do you think I've sufficiently described what I'm doing to warrant a stunt die, or would you like more detail?
You told me what you're going to be doing.
Okay. So
I'm just so everyone's aware, I'm going to be a little bit more discerning on the stunts because we're just the nature of what we're doing. It's
it's a lot more. That's why I asked folks, just to make sure. What is it?
Free dice.
Yeah.
Not that I mind, but I'm just saying. Go for it. Or do you need time to think?
Yeah. Give me a couple of minutes to think. So I want this to be successful.
Cheshire.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether you would find this comforting or... But now that you've had some time to reflect, since you danced with the blade and let it loose, You haven't felt Amber's presence.
I was wondering where it went.
You still feel connected to it. It's that feeling of it being close but not nearby. Now, for those who are watching who don't know about the Zenith power that Cheshire is currently using, as Priest of the Unconquered Sun, they have some amount of lordship over the departed. It is the natural order of things that when a being dies in creation, that its soul is returned to a cycle. It's called by many things. The books refer to it as Leith, a process of forgetting and being reincarnated back into the world. Anew, but not what you once were. In an age very, very long past, that process was broken and shattered. The dead began to linger. They no longer felt the call, or if they did, they could fight against it. And this great shadow was cast underneath the world itself. And so when a person dies, if they have unfinished business or particularly strong feelings about something one way or another, their ghost can linger in this shadow beyond the mortal realm, usually not able to interact. But in the world of Exalted, your ghost doesn't stop there. You have a secondary, ancillary soul, sort of the nascent energy that makes up your body itself. It's ostensibly responsible for things like primal urges like hunger and procreation and such. And it cares very much about its vessel. It is designed solely to ensure that it is cared for, that it flourishes. So when a body is left discarded in the sea, or on the ground, slain on the battlefield, or murdered in their bed, left to rot, a certain hunger can arise. And the Poe soul does not sit lightly. So what Cheshire is doing with the power that the Zenith have granted by the Unconquered Sun as part of their anima is to help move on those that would otherwise have been forced to linger, to commit their bodies to the fires of the Unconquered and pass their soul on to Leith. But when they do this, the soul of a person has to pass through their anima itself, and they take on a little of what that person was, stores it within themselves. They adopt that part of them. And so with Cheshire committing so many all at once, there is a lot of emotion and feeling, desire, principle, and the ties that bound these people together or even possibly forced them apart, that made them soldiers, that made them loyal to Ysir, that he's going to have to take on into himself and that he cannot easily expend. This will mechanically take the form of a vast list of intimacies that he will have to deal with and treat as his own for the time being.
If you want some more details, the figures that are following him in his quote-unquote dance as he goes about. Each one is his envisioning of their soul wrapped in a white cloth, white clothes loose, so that they appear comfortable. But they stay with him through the entire act.
It takes a long few hours to pass around the periphery of the bay, having committed hundreds of bodies already. But what of those who haven't washed ashore? What of those left out in the deeps? Further out into the bay, further out to sea, smashed upon rocks and sort of left broken beneath the waves.
So the creature that Cheshire had just recently reestablished contact with and reaffirmed their relationship, Amber Glow, he didn't notice up until this point when it had been silent for so long that it's not there. So now he feels alone, more alone than before. Not quite the same as when he lost his family, but close. Very close. For those bodies that are in the sea, this is a sea village. So if there are any ships left in the dock that are intact, Cheshire would return back to the city and look for anyone that could sail them or be willing to take them out as far as the coastline so he could try to get to those rocks, so he could go for just get as many as he can possibly find. And he knows that he can't get them all. But this is his only this is the sole focus for his course of action right now, is to save as many souls as he can.
Okay. Etza. Ash.
Yes. So, as if in defiance to the storm, the wave of plundering, asundering terror, one intact mast has washed ashore, testament to its build. With the help of Etza, we drag it with horse and cart to the beach, and as I work, shaping out of this wood a sarcophagus, if you will, a tomb, a prison, I yell out to the heavens, the forces of creation, to aid me in my work. Custodians of creation, I bind this individual. I write amongst them on the main, lid of the sarcophagus. To the sides, may their hands not work the sorcery of this world. Of the strip that will go across the eyes, I blind them to creation so their magic will also be in the dark. On the restraint that will restrict their tongue, I take the voices so their orders to creation will fall on deaf ears. Custodians of creation, strengthen this prison. Stop those interned in here, for they are suspected to be enemies of creation, seeking to exploit the chaos of the wild. I'm going to use my what's it called? Craftsman needs no tools at a discounted cost because I do actually have the necessary wood carving tools with me, so it costs 4 mates, and that should speed up the process so I can do it in what would take like days, may take like hours or minutes. And yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to have it so the lid has sort of two lids. So it has one that's less restrictive for when they're not conscious, so he can breathe, and one that as soon as he becomes more conscious can slot in and slot over, that really restricts the chest to stop that. So it's not going. Hopefully, while he's having trouble breathing, it won't make things worse. But as soon as he's conscious, it will mean there's hopefully no risk of him being able to invoke his sorcery. Okay. I don't know whether that warrants any bonus die or whether you want me to roll.
I will give you a 2 point for the poetry.
Fantastic. Do you want me to also make a separate roll to the little gods themselves? Or are you just happy with it being just there for aesthetic reasons? I don't know how.
Good for aesthetic.
Fantastic. Excellent. Okay, so that's dexterity craft. That's 9 plus 2 dice and an automatic success from the 2 points done. Is that how it works? Fantastic.
Yes.
So that's 11 dice, folks. Fantastic.
Remember, the difficulty's only 3.
Difficulty's only 3. Fantastic. 11 dice, an automatic success. 7 threshold.
While he pulls that together, for those individuals and their intimacies that I'm absorbing, would you say I would also learn the name that those intimacies are associated to? Like who the originator is?
As in the person who's been passed on?
Yes.
Yeah, that seems fitting.
Okay.
I'm going to spend the silver. It costs 10 silver for a major project, folks. So I think it's worth spent though. I got 7 successes. So that's 4 over the difficulty. Do I think that's sufficient? Would this make this an appropriate and strong enough prison to hold Kashir? Because considering how much physical prowess he's shown. Yeah. Okay, fantastic.
I took that into account when I set the difficulty.
Oh, okay, good. So 4 successes over. Hopefully, I've made a very aesthetically pleasing and very robust sarcophagus for that troublemaker.
Have you created an in-game advantage?
I have indeed. In theory, if it restrains him and keeps us safe from him.
Have you created an intimacy in anyone?
I don't think at the moment, but Kashim Kasar may change intimacies towards me when he wakes up in his sarcophagus. That is a potential. I don't know if Etzer has made some, but at the moment I suspect probably not at the moment.
Have you upheld an intimacy of your own?
This I feel like I might have, but I definitely think that it should be definitely left to your interpretation of it, because it may be too loose.
What's your intimacy you're thinking of?
I won't throw the lives of me and others carelessly away. So this is to stop him, being
Absolutely.
just executed and stuff. So, so that's 2 boxes I've ticked, maybe a third depending on Etzer or Kashin Kasar, but I don't think I've created a new intimacy in myself.
You have defeated the difficulty by at least 3, so you get the higher of the bonuses. For now, we'll say you've completed 2 objectives.
Yep.
If later it becomes clear you've completed the 3rd, then we'll give you the bonus experience there as well.
So
I don't remember it off the top of my head. I think it's 2 gold plus 1 silver per, I think. I don't actually know, though.
I'll have a look at it for now while you change things to somebody else. But I'm really happy with it, folks. We've slotted him in. We've got him safe. That's good.
It's interesting, these two rituals taking place in this same area at the same time, this slow procession of figures and walls that Cheshire is creating, this gathering of these white cloth figures. And Ash picking up litter of these ships that have been destroyed in the bay, sort of folding them together, crafting them, sort of slating them down, sanding them back, slotting them together, binding them. And as Kashim is finally laid to rest, and the lid is fastened in place, you're quite confident that he's not going to be able to just sort of, flex his muscles and leap out or anything like that. Despite how strong he may be and the force of his sorcery, he is still essentially a man. And Cheshire is sort of pushed a boat out into the rising waters, sort of convinced a couple people, the two guards, in fact, that were part of Kashim's immediate retinue when he fought, gathered together with him and rowing him out further into the bay, stopping by rocks, and continuing this great procession. And by the end of this activity, as the sun begins to set on the far horizon, Cheshire has committed at least 630 souls. And Ash's work is done.
Fantastic.
When the ceremony is drawn to a close and the two guards have brought the boat back to shore because we couldn't physically find any other bodies or portions, Cheshire shoos them away and then stands in the center of this incredible crowd of white cloth figures. Most of them touching the ground, some of them floating midair. He takes a final moment to look at each one, faces a single direction, and calls each of them by the name that he knows from the body that he touched, before embracing each one, and it falls into his person. Once that's done, from exhaustion and the emotional weight, Cheshire's gonna pass out on the beach.
As Cheshire begins to collapse forward, feels a pair of arms sort of extend out and embrace him. It's not Amber, though. Ash happens to have finished his work and is just there and ready. Fall into him. Pass out. That's it.
Yep.
What are you planning to do with the signaling of the freedmen? They're expecting you back by nightfall.
I'm gonna send Bat Bayar back. She's a horsewoman, so she's a trained rider. I'm gonna let her know, or give her. I'm gonna write out a message for her to deliver that will explain to the head of the Freemen that the city, after considerable effort and strife and pain on the part of me and my companions, we have gloriously liberated this town and freed it from the vile presence of the Ysir, who have been washed out to sea like driftwood being pulled off the beach with the tides. Please make ready your camp, bring forth all of your people and possessions, and return back to the city, so we may discuss the next steps.
Knowing that they're going to be here after night falls, are there any preparations or anything you want to do or go ready for when they do arrive?
Yeah, I want to set up some sort of platform in like a town square with plenty of light, because when they come here, I immediately plan on questioning them. And in the meantime, I'm going to go through all the empty houses. I want to see, does it look like these people were driven out? Are things left behind? Is there still food left on the tables? Or did they, pack up essentials and bug out like the merchants suggested they did?
Can you please give me a intelligence investigation roll?
Have I gained any motes back in the past few hours?
We'll call it 3 hours, so everyone can gain 15 back.
Yay!
I'm tapped until I wake up.
Yeah.
I've been using motes I don't have.
I guess though, don't you have the performance one that gives you back stuff for your performances of viewers? So I guess you could justify that as like the ghosts or souls seeing your performance and being affected with it.
That's the only way I was able to accomplish it.
Yeah. It makes sense. I don't think that's too taking the mickey at all. I think that's really poetic in a way. Could I do something before, like, it gets too dark? Basically, really early on in sort of China, they had fireworks, and this setting's quite, like, takes a lot from China and Japan. Is there, like, fireworks exist in this world? In creation?
That is a sticky topic.
Okay, well,
gunpowder, no, and fireworks is essentially gunpowder, but fire dust, yes. But when you light fire dust, it tends to just engulf into flame rather than shooty bits.
Okay.
For the sake of it, though, I'll say gunpowder, no, but fireworks, yeah. Let's just. I mean, some unique property of fire dust allows them to be used as fireworks.
Because I was wondering, because I was thinking, how will I signal the flirtatious muse? And like, I was thinking a signal fire might work, but I figured fireworks would be cooler. So I'm gonna see if I can set up a display.
If you can wait till morning, or at least until Cheshire wakes up, he can get their attention.
I mean, actually, that's a good point. I know roughly where the flirtatious muse will be, moored or like on the waves. Do I feel that's a sufficient enough distance from the bay? Because I guess it was deliberately far away from the bay to not be detected by the blockade, to avoid the hungry ghosts that would be present there. Like, as far as, like, it'd be like
Well, they
reasonable-
wouldn't have been hit by they wouldn't have been hit by the wave.
Yeah.
But if they're going to come into the bay, there's
If-
always the danger of that.
Yeah,
Ghosts, but
if they stay where they are, they might be safe. Maybe safe. I mean, they do have the Iron Dogs on board, folks, which for those at home are specifically trained to like. They hate the Fey Reavers of the Dreaming Sea, and so they've got a lot of cold iron weapons that Etzer discovered when he was snooping around the ship. So hopefully, I think cold iron works against ghosts, but I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. But Captain Ash is superstitious enough to. So I think they'll probably be safer out on the seas than coming into this bay. That's what. Hopefully.
perhaps.
Perhaps. Who knows, folks? But
I mean, that's where the demon sword is. I mean, the Herald of Thorns.
yeah.
I know salt is good against ghosts in this game, but cold iron looks like it's exclusively a
Fey thing. Yeah.
Fey thing.
Yeah, have some salt on board a ship.
Correct.
Yeah.
What else are you going to season your curry fish with?
Yeah, exactly. And also like dehydration.
Curry.
Clearly. Canned
Or
curry,
is
come
that
on.
too obvious an answer?
Bit of cumin.
Cumin. Bit of saffron, you know, if you're feeling a bit expensive. In which case, he will hold off the fireworks when he thinks better of it, and wait for the morning, and he'll like let out a signal smoke that will, or a signal somehow. Yeah, he knows how he'll do it. He's got a plan.
Night is falling when the freedmen return. There's this vast wave of people lit with torches and laden with wagons. Horses sort of clopping against the cobblestone. Because they're not approaching the city as a house of arms. The city doesn't try to repel them. Gates are opened and allow them passage. What kind of scene would they be met with?
I'd like to be on a slightly elevated platform, like a little stage, and I'm going to find the most ostentatious and gaudy chair and have it drug up there, which I will be sitting on regally like a king, with my feet propped up on the wooden chest piece of Kasim Kasan, like he's an ottoman and not a man needing grievous medical attention.
Wow. That's a tone shift. Flip side of the coin.
Ash is
At
like,
the front of this great... Sorry.
it's like Ash was like, "Am I traveling with monsters? What are these like? What are my companions like?" Sorry, Ash. Oh.
Etzer sort of wavers between fop and haughty noble, but at either expression, he's pretty much always has it cranked up to 11. So this is him. This is him with his game face on, which is still somewhat ridiculous.
My friend Etza!
Greetings. I assume you will find the city a little more to your liking now.
Armistice, who's at the head of this sort of pack, doesn't seem to pause much as he comes into the city, sort of just striding right up to you as if you were a close friend and confidant. Looks down at Kashim. Is that what I think it is?
It is. Behold, the admiral of the fleet.
My friend, you have You have liberated our city. We'll have our eternal thanks. Come, let us take you further inside and throw you a festival worthy of your heroism.
Oh, trust me, I've already done quite a bit of exploration inside.
Oh? Find much of interest?
A few things of note. I got 4 successes on my investigation roll. How did it look? What kind of scene did they leave behind them when they departed this town?
There... You wouldn't say that there were signs of struggle. And the people left, they took with them what they could. There was some amount of warning in their departure. They were aware that it was coming. Only the essentials were packed, though. They didn't take valuables and things. It seems as if they were made aware of their departure and left, but they did leave voluntarily. They were not forced out at the point of a sword, necessarily. Some other threat, non-physical threat, might have forced their departure, but they were not handled bodily by any means.
It dawns on me how trying but simultaneously uplifting this must be for you to be back in your town after you were so hastily driven out. To have your last memories be so traumatic and these current ones be so euphoric.
It is never a good feeling to be driven from one's home.
Tell me about it. I wish to have a mother. If I'm to fight Ysir again in the future, I need to have a better grasp of their military tactics. How exactly did they storm into the city? What specific formations did they use when you were expelled?
What is your guile? And he will be doing a reading intentions with you.
I'm going to spend some of my contingency points.
Okay.
And for the rest of the scene, my guile will be 6.
This was his plan all along, folks.
Are you gonna stunt your guile? Maybe get another point? Yeah?
I'll save my stunts for the big game. These are the early pokes.
Armistice sort of gives you a long eye, like considering sort of you've seen this before when someone who is not accustomed necessarily to the social game seems to have caught awareness of it. Is something wrong, friend? Have you discovered something you did not like in our undergarments as you rifled through our city?
I had reason to believe that they're maybe objects of concern. They had an elemental with them that they called number 47. I had to make sure there weren't 46 others hiding in the linen.
In answer to your question, we were caught off guard while we were away. women and children herded and forced into exile.
I wished most forced evacuations could be so well organized as yours. Not only did you not seem to lose anyone, you also didn't seem to lose anything of value left behind.
It sounds an awful lot like an accusation there, friend.
Oh,
Have
I'm
we come to a
sorry.
misunderstanding?
Oh no, sorry. This is not my native tongue. Sometimes I misspeak a little. We in Peliquin have a much more different way of expressing ourselves. Sometimes it comes across wrong.
Yes, you are from Palanquin. Palanquin, I think it is. And last I checked, the great stone men were subject to Ysir. There's a rumbling through his crowd of freedmen.
They are. Currently. But as you can see around us, I have a habit of driving them out where they are unwanted.
Yes. And yet, you have not lost anyone or anything of value, as it seems.
I would not speak to someone in exile about having not lost anything of value. Tonight, you men got to return to your homes. Not everyone is so fortunate.
Of course, of course. Let us not sully this night with mere disagreement. A hot roast and a belly full of mead would go a long way to assuaging any fears, I'm certain.
Yes, I too am a big fan of swine and wine. Let's go dine.
Get it, sir? Yeah, live in this place.
There's still a tension here. He actually, sorry, give me would you want to read intentions him?
Yes, I do.
Okay. His guile is 2.
Do the all-discerning eye.
I've got,
Or, in the case of Captain, the all-discerning nose.
I've got a nose for trouble.
There's a capstone awareness solar charm where you look at someone so hard that you melt the physical disguise off their body.
Yeah.
Oh God, I hope I never get that guy. I get 4 successes.
There's still a tension here. You don't feel it's coming necessarily from a position of guilt, though. He seems more concerned about your honor.
My honor.
As he reckons, he has been exiled from his home by being betrayed by those who were supposed to be his caretakers, so to speak. The officials of the city, as far as he is aware, sold them out, sent them from the city to distract them such that their women and children could be rounded up and forced away.
So as we're walking,
And you do have connection with Ysir, and he is cautious.
as we're walking through town, I'm going to ask him. So does this make your community whole again, or are there still people that are unaccounted for?
Once we make a counting of everyone here in the city, and A quick flick through the guillotine. We shall all be accounted for.
Yes, I have some thoughts on that. Please, I have sequestered several of the remaining nobles. Let's go speak with them.
There's a dour and darkness to him. But he acquiesces and goes with you. Who are these people you've sequestered away?
Probably just a handful of people that we took statements from, whoever I felt to be the most wealthy or prominent or of the bluest blood out of the group. I'd probably take about a half dozen of them.
Okay. Set up anywhere in particular, or I'm letting you set the scene here?
I will have them in probably the house where we finished our battle, where we broke open the door or broke open the window and gassed the elemental, and that Captain Ash found the people upstairs sort of bound to their chairs.
Will it just be Armistice, or is he allowed to take some people with him?
He will. I'll let him bring. I mean, I'm bringing an entourage with me, so that just seems normal. So I'm assuming he's going to have a couple of his group with him.
Unless Etzer objects, I will also be close by, as I assume Kashim's Kasam's prison will also be there. And I mean, I'm just going to keep an eye on the situation, as I know these things at high tensions can break out to violence, and I've seen how Etzer handles himself, so I don't really trust him to stay out of trouble without my watchful eye. So.
Cheshire, will be getting up to anything this evening?
Definitely not.
Oh, that's right, you're passed out, sorry.
Yeah, I won't be getting up to anything this evening. Unless someone wants to try to force me awake.
No. Is there... I'm sure Captain Ash and Etzer between them would have found somewhere comfortable to lay you to rest. And maybe Lady Talia and a couple of your retinue may watch over him. Etzer, if that's okay with you?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. So, we've got you looked after. Don't worry, Cheshire.
So Etzer will stride into the property like it's his and sort of announce himself by tapping on the floor with his cane and call out, "Gentlemen, to the parlor room. We all have matters of state we need to discuss."
The nobles and the freemen eye each other suspiciously. There's a lot of tension between them. I feel that any kind of discussion is going to be hard won. There's a lot of bad feeling in the air.
To lighten
Both
them...
sides have been... Sorry.
Carry on, sorry, I'll do something after you finished. I thought you'd just finished.
It's become clear to you that whether it was Kashim's plan or not, both sides have become convinced of the other's infidelity. And neither of them seem willing to be disabused of the idea.
So, sensing tension in the air carried on the centre wind, Ash cracks open his trusty little cooking set that he brings round, moves up to, I assume that if this has a parlour room, it will have a stock of drinks that have been left there and stuff, so alcohol and stuff. So we'll take a particular strong rice wine, sort of pour it into these glasses, putting in a particular spice that's Chira is known for, and he adds in its own chia. That is.
Just let's just give up.
Yeah.
Just
Sorry,
let him call it whatever you like.
I'm phonetically challenged, folks. I genuinely do struggle with certain words and remembering them.
I personally find it amusing. So I'm like, what's it going to be this time?
He adds in a smooth, luxurious, optimistic sort of tones of flavour to it. Ones that sort of will taste of victory in the mouth, but also have that reminiscent nostalgia feel of the city that they're all share in common. He will hand the drinks out to the prominent leaders of this. We have had a great victory today, and I feel it's only appropriate to start this off on a note of success and reconciliation. We all appreciate the city. You live here and it's now yours again. Today should be about talking of the future. And on that note, we should cheer for Chirai. Chirai. He says it properly, I can't say it. This is a plucky hero problem, not a Captain Ash one. Hopefully.
Cover every base.
Every base.
But the right one.
Sorry, folks.
We'll from now on we'll just call it chi insert vowel sound here.
Just ch
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We should.
It's quite amusing, you know.
Like not. Apologies if this is making you uncomfortable. Just it's so entertaining.
No, it's good. I'm glad you're getting entertainment out of it, but it also highlights how, like, when my viewers, those that come to the stream, will know that pronouncing their names is an undertaking, and I will often butcher their screen names. So if I do that in the future, folks, I apologise. Do you want me to do a roll to see how it influences the mood of them, or presence? Charisma?
If you want to affect them socially with your fine, it's not going to be craft.
No. Okay, I would like to do a charisma presence roll to inspire feelings of nationalism for the city and connection over that, if that's okay. I mean...
That's fine.
That's fine. Fantastic.
You can attempt any kind of social interaction you want.
Fantastic. So is that a charisma presence roll with my drink preparation and delivery as the stunt for it?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I'll give you a 1 point.
Excellent. Cool. Watch me botch this, folks, and ruin the whole rest. Ooh. 3, 6. Oh, actually, hang on. Does my wound penalty affect this dice pool? Is it all dice pools or just ones for? So let me.
Dice pools.
Do you want me to re-roll that then?
If you've rolled the wrong amount of dice, then yes, re-roll, please.
Alternatively, I'd accept you putting a penalty of removing, like, some essence for that, but that's. Okay,
No.
That's
just re-roll.
That's 2 successes, which is less than.
That's so sad.
Yeah, 2 successes.
Although I think that's like the first roll that you failed.
No, I failed on. It's not. It's got 2 successes. I don't know what their resting resolve is. Some may be more heartily won over. Others maybe.
What's your appearance?
What's my appearance? It is, I believe, free. But let me double check that. It is free. Yeah, my appearance is free. So I'm pretty handsome. Pretty dashing.
Need to work on the eyebrow.
Yeah, no.
While this whining and dining conversation is going on, tensions so heavy in the air you could slice it with a knife, finely carved, just portion it out to whomever. Cheshire. You're
Is this a
dreaming,
dream?
Cheshire. It's a dream. Before Amber's telltale voice sort of cuts in on the scene, you had been sitting at the table, just enjoying a quiet meal with. It isn't a vivacious dream, just one of comfort. There's been something to it, though, now that Amber's voice is cut over and you're a little distracted from the warmness of the scene. There's a door just beyond the kitchen. Seems to be some sort of noise. It's rattling.
Cheshire turns away from the table, pushing his chair out. He feels, and like in dreams, you can't explain it, but you have the feeling that you have to do something, regardless of how irrational it might be. So Cheshire doesn't realize it's a dream, and he's being pulled by the door, even though it's rattling and he doesn't know what's behind it. He reaches for the handle but hesitates, trying to remember why he needs to go to this door so incessantly. Then he grasps the handle, turns, hears it click, and opens. Hello?
And he's
Am I still live? I lost audio. What?
Yes?
Bonjour.
I
ça
said,
va?
here's where we'll take our first break.
Oh, okay.
As Plucky just pointed out to me, thank you very much, Onyx Path, for the host again.
Yay! Thank
For
you.
live streaming. This would be good. The good folks at Onyx Path have created this wonderful game that we're playing. Thumbs up. I'm bad at announcements.
No, that was good, excellent. I'm like glad you mentioned it, and it was a cliffhanger of a way to start. What's behind the door? What's behind the door, folks?
I hope it's a wash and dryer set.
Behind
It's a
door.
rattling door. Like, if I'm to metagame, it's a rattling door in a dream after being contacted by a person that you couldn't hear in the waking world that you know you used to be able to hear, after absorbing basically all of the emotions of over 630 people. Nothing good is going to come from behind that door. But I have to go through it anyway.
I love how I can just throw tropes out at you and you just it's good. Sorry. This is break time, so I'm going to just jump up real quick, get myself a drink, get something to eat, and then come back so everyone else can take a break as well. If we've got people in the chat, just let's have a bit of a conversation and talk about your feelings about this particular session. It's taken a different turn than I expected.
Yeah.
Settle on that one.
I mean, I for one am extremely surprised that we found Kashim Kashar alive. Kashim Kashar alive. Wow.
And he would have perished if it were for you damn meddling kids and your super nose.
Damn meddling Dawn and the, like not wanting to kill people. I find it so ironic that I like the cast that's meant to be about combat and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, but that's so keen on the killing part.
I do like that Dawn is like, we have to save everyone, and the social eclipse is like, smother him with a pillow, just while he's asleep.
I'm loving how like Ash and Etza are like friendship or companionships evolving on screen. Like like Ash clearly trusts Etzer with like when he asks for his word. Whether that's the right move or not remains to be seen. But also doesn't trust him to stay out of like physical violence trouble. So it's just weird. Like, love the dynamic going on. And I've got to say, your social interactions with them when you were building up to that role, read intentions role, amazing. Loved it.
Oh, I'm ready to pull my real King David move coming up here. I'm either going to convince these guys that they're both equally guilty and then have to get past it, or things are going to get ugly. Or is it Solomon? Whoever was going to cut babies in half.
I believe it was like legendary Solomon that did that, King Solomon. I think. Wise King Solomon. But I'm wondering what's going to happen with the city.
Probably not good things. We may have caused a giant ecological problem. At some point in time, Etzer's going to want you to pull out a map and predict the path that thing's going on.
Yeah.
And hopefully it won't destroy too many countries.
I mean, I've got a feeling where it's going to end up leading us to. Like, Ash will be completely oblivious, but Plucky Hero's got a suspicion, folks.
Sorry, I'm just catching a conversation. What you were discussing is the ramifications of our actions in this town.
Just to catch you up, I was talking about how Ash and Etzer's like companionship is evolving. So Ash clearly trusts Etzer in some situations, like when he gives his word to look after Kashim Kasam, even though we didn't end up going down with Ash leaving the city. But then also he's making sure he's close by to keep him out of trouble because he knows he gets himself into trouble when he needs somebody to. And then we were talking about. And then we were talking.
Like a toddler.
a little bit. And then we were. I sort of like. I'm wondering what's going to happen with the city. Are we going to like install ourselves as custodians of it just to keep? Because there's like clearly like some like big social issues until they get back on their feet. I mean, obviously Ash doesn't know this. Etzer has designs on the wealth of the city that's been accumulated. So,
money.
I mean, what's going to happen on there? What do you think, Cheshire? Sorry, to cut you off there.
So Cheshire has a lot of stuff on the mind. Hello. Cheshire has a lot of stuff on the mind. Me, Zix, as the player, we just wrecked an armada sent from Ysir. That means none of those people are going to report back to Ysir. Ysir may or may not already know, given sorcery and whatnot, that their ships were destroyed. May not even be aware of how. So, in a very short amount of time, I'm fully expecting a much larger set of ships to come over the horizon and just lay waste to the entire town. Leave nothing left standing.
I mean, first of all, Zix, Cheshire, stop trying to like share the guilty blame of like you destroyed the Armada with the help of the Thorns Rose. Let's not go like. I think Ash made it pretty clear he was not behind this. He was like, I'm not sure we should use this. I think it's a very bad thing. And then like, I'm just gonna what? Like, what did I just say? Classic.
Oh, trust me. Trust me. Of the three of us, Cheshire is more than aware of the consequences of his actions.
Jeez, awful.
Ask the 630 souls that are in his head.
Jeez, dude, that's yeah. I mean, Cheshire seems to be like the growing trend of being on the raw end of like emotional fallout from his actions, which I think fits the character perfectly. And like, great artists tend to have like encountered things that strongly affect them emotionally, and it played out in their work. So it's going to be interesting to see how Cheshire resolves those issues and whether he does it through his artistic forms of expression. Who knows, folks?
Already, because of all of this, and I know what Cheshire knows what you can do. and he knows what he is capable of and what he can handle. He can't handle this as much as he would like to say he can. So I already have plans in place for what I'm going to do as soon as Cheshire wakes up. If those plans change based on what happens in this dream, I will find out. If not, cool. But yeah, Cheshire's not gonna want to get too invested in this town because it is a trauma center. Like that shoreline is a trauma center right now for him. Everything is a trigger. If there's PTSD in creation, this would be a very good opportunity for it.
I mean, I imagine there would be in creation. I imagine, like, and I imagine Cheshire's character. It wouldn't be surprising if he does get like some sort of lasting mental wound or emotional wound from what's happened. This is like I know it's easy for like the viewers or something to like disconnect from, but what happened was a staggering amount of loss of lives in such a short space in a very graphically visual way. So, and all done by Cheshire. I mean, and this is something that sailors have to wrestle with because they have the power to do dramatically violent and world-changing things. And I guess something I love about Exalted personally is that moral dilemma. Where do the heroes become monsters? Does the end justify the means? And it's different for each person, each story. So I'm also
to be fair, I've already added another minor intimacy to embody this event. And if I could make it a major, it would be a major. But I, as a player, can't add anything above minor.
Just following on from what Plucky was saying, one of the things I like about the way that Exalted is set up, and this has been true for every edition that I've played so far, is that it asks not how do you acquire power, but what do you do with it once you have it, which isn't something that a whole lot of games that I've played in the past really do. It's a lot of it is building from the bottom and trying to become more. In Exalted, you start off as one of the smallest fraction of the single most significant people in the entire world. What do you do with that? Do you sit upon a gaudy throne and tell everybody what to do? Do you decide to rise above it all and, just sort of get down there in the streets and, heal the muddy masses or something like that, What does having power and the authority or responsibility that comes, how does that affect you? How does that change the way you behave, if it changes at all?
I'm just going to nip off to do... Oh, sorry.
Okay, no, that's right. Because inescapably, no matter how exalted you get, you're still human.
Well, at least for solars and most other exalted types. Alchemicals, they're the exception.
I am not going to admit to not reading the alchemicals.
I played in a 3rd edition conversion reconstruction of the alchemical content. I didn't play for very long. I think it was a total of like 8 sessions, if that. It was very well drawn out. The 2 individuals that worked together to make the world or remake the world for 3rd edition, and they even changed some of the 3rd edition rules, were very detailed. They had everything down from the core mechanics that you would play by to the fine dining dishes that would be served in their world. Like, it was incredibly granular. But alchemicals, apparently, from what I've read and heard in 2E were some of the best quality content released for 2nd edition Exalted.
Yeah, my friend ran a short-lived alchemical game, but while it lasted, I loved it. We had some real fun with them.
Cool.
And they have a pretty weird Metropolis meets Batman meets Cyberpunk meets Cthulhu horror environment.
It's all true.
I've really only run the one other Exalted campaign out of this one and Invictwitch. And it went for a very, very long time. And we went from, because the players who I was with wanted to do the whole D&D tomb robbing thing, so we started off there, and then things escalated very quickly. I think they ended up someone ended up marrying the Mask of Winters to. It was an interesting game. I think she ended up actually taking over the realm, becoming Empress, because you do that just cause. Someone ended up drinking the last vial of the Great Contagion, becoming a mid or something. His name was Swarm. He went through like 6 different Exalted types, and we had this whole little story arc where he could switch between the different Solaroids as just a feature of his character, because he played a lot with identity problems. He didn't want to be an Exalted, and he kept getting possessed by ghosts Christmas past, and it was an interesting character arc that we explored there. And he ended up becoming, I ended up just writing a whole charm set for him. Ended up calling himself Egremal, the Rapacious Swarm, and we sort of did a whole sort of primordial style charm set for him to sort of just go through, and social charms themed around sort of eating and devouring everything became very interesting to write. I should probably release them at some point. It was a fun write and read.
Turn it into an exigent. I would love it.
I would back that.
Egremal.
What did I miss?
I'll have to ask the player's permission to even contemplate doing that.
That's fine, but if you already have a charm set written, that sounds like exigent material. Easy, super easy.
Wait, are we inventing more villains for this story? We should...
Yeah, no, like Second Breath is cancelled. We're just going to go straight back to 2.
You heard it here first, folks. Sorry, there's no sugarcoating or anything like that.
There's nothing wrong with 2.5 Infernals.
No, I mean I've got the Infernal books. I recently purchased it, so it's like I want to learn more about the Infernals in there.
Infernals are dear to my heart.
I haven't read them officially. I haven't read the book. I've only seen what I could find online. But from a lore standpoint, I like Infernals. They speak to the dark corners of my soul that I want to explore. And the concept of them is also amazing. So
the Infernals book is interesting because the parts of the setting were written by a completely different group of people who did the charms. And the setting has some, I'll just say, peaks and valleys in terms of some of the material that they've added. But the charms are, on their own, incredibly flavorful and sort of tell a story and helps you understand these weird titanic beings and what they can do to you. And they are phenomenal.
I have heard the warnings of chapter 1 and 2. I have heard the warnings. I would still want to read them.
Mm-hmm.
So
I went through the video with the bathwater. Yes, so the game we're playing.
As everyone had a sufficient.
Yeah, I feel I've got my drink now, folks. Had a bit more of my breakfast. So
Let's see what's
Thank-
behind door number 1.
Thank you, viewers, for sticking with us. Shout out to, by the way, Wolf of the Shine driving this entire time towards my house, cross country, listening to the stream and not being able to comment on anything. Who has now just arrived, and he's sitting in my living room.
Oh. Thanks for listening, Wolf of the Shining Path. I've seen you a couple of times. It's nice to have regular viewers. I'm like seeing a few familiar faces and names, and it's really it's really good from producing this content to have that. So I'll hopefully keep it as interesting and captivating, and hopefully get more exciting and better production value, and not mute mics halfway through. But this is a Plucky Hero stream, so no promises, right?
Muted mics, mispronounced names of places, swooning all of the female or non-female characters in the setting. Like, you're great. Great.
I mean, I'm gonna have my own harem of swords that talk to me and
Yeah, I was gonna say, he stole my girlfriend and then seduced my sword.
What can I say? And then wrote a book about it.
Yeah, then write a best-selling.
And it was really good.
Never question his swordplay abilities.
Wow. Anyway, so that thing we do, that scene. In dreams, there can be something inexorable about obvious danger. When we're dreaming, it's like we're trying to tell ourselves something. So when you watch things like TV shows and movies where there's a trapdoor that's rattling and the person is sort of slowly moving towards it, trying to figure out what it is, you spend all your time screaming at the screen, telling them to stop, because clearly it's the werewolf everyone's worrying about. It's going to just leap out and eat you if you go anywhere near it. Obviously. But characters in films, and TV shows and books, fiction in general, exist in the same realm as we do when we dream. They can become transfixed by the unknown. And so they seemingly hurtle themselves towards danger just so they can say that they peeked underneath and saw what was coming. And that's where Cheshire finds himself. Heading slowly towards this door, rattling away in his dream, this thunderous noise coming from the other side, like hundreds of voices all calling out at once. Each voice saying a dozen different things. This cacophony of noise. And yet it's not overwhelming. It's curious. It's alluring. Wanting to know what's behind that door. Beyond the barrier on which we should never look. For fear of the wolves might tear at our throats were we to let them in. And so when Cheshire turns the handle on this door, and he said, click. It's like he has given everything just permission to enter. And as he opens it, the noise is cut off almost immediately. Cacophony just ceasing. And inside this room is a small closet where his mother might have kept cleaning supplies, just to sweep the ground and mop up afterwards if he needs to. If she needs to. And sitting in the center of this closet is on a small stool is Amber Glow. Still wrapped in that white hooded cloak that it wears so often. But here in the dreamscape, there's no reason to hide its visage as the hood pulled back. That soft, shining honey skin. The long strands of sunlight hair draping about its face and falling down upon its shoulders. Looks up at Cheshire and almost looks afraid.
What's wrong? And it's in that dream sound where it's muffled and you can't really get the words out, but you want to say it.
Amber's mouth moves, speaking somewhat seemingly emphatically, but no sounds escape its lips. Just this hum of white noise. Seems to be trying to warn you of something. Worried about you. Cares about you too much. Doesn't shed tears. But the possibility is there. It's never...
Sorry, go ahead.
It's never... It has never been fully and firmly established whether Amber Glow can feel emotion. From what you know of the Fae, largely they parrot it. They feel as if an actor on a stage. Moved, but not truly feeling. But Amber Glow must be one of the greatest actors in the entire world, for you can feel no deception in its concern for you. And as it screams a wordless warning to you, and you feel a presence behind you push the door closed, you start awake in the middle of the night. Voices from downstairs sort of arguing.
Cheshire wakes up in a cold sweat, head to toe. The sheets are damp. He hasn't wet the bed. He's been sweating. So whenever you wake up from a nightmare and it was a vivid dream, you aren't sure if you're awake So, without sitting up, he just turned his head left and right up to the ceiling, trying to tell if he's awake or not before sitting up and putting his hand on his forehead and running it through his hair, trying to wipe the sweat off. Since he was being watched over, are those individuals still in the room? Or would they have moved on?
They're in the room, but they're seated over by the window in chairs. Sort of, one of them, their heads sort of lolled down onto their chest. They're napping lightly, while the other, who is still awake but barely, sort of looking out the window into the night sky. It's cold tonight, like it has been the last few nights. Frost is creeping up across the window. As you pull the sheets back, it's that chill descends upon you, but the heat of the fever dream sort of keeps the cold at bay nonetheless.
Cheshire takes the sheets off of his legs, swing them over the side of the bed, and just sits there with his hands clasped on the edge, leaned forward a little bit, trying to get his bearings before standing up. His clothes shimmer a little bit, so that he's now dressed to at least walk around, but it's not anything opulent. Simple attire. Before making his way to the door and going downstairs to find out what all of the yelling is.
As you reach the doorway and reach forward to the handle, you could almost swear that the door was rattling. But once it's open, it's just the stairway leading down.
Okay. Cheshire's little shaken by that. He makes his way down to the living area, or wherever the meeting place would be in this establishment. Still following the voices that are yelling.
Downstairs, you find it's like a large sitting room. Etzer and Captain Ash and a couple of the Patella are all watching over this large table that's been set up. You can see that a great meal has been cooked and mostly devoured, and plates have been sort of pushed aside, not really cleaned and cleared. And people are sort of partway through drinks. Alcohol is absent. It's just water flavored or tea. No touch of spirit here. And there seems to have been this long-lasting discussion, almost argument, between everybody present. Etzer and Ash might be looking a little frustrated. It seems to have been difficult to get anybody to really converse with any meaningful success. They seem determined to hate each other, constantly accusing each other of things that have happened. The Freeman did leave the city willingly, but that to the nobles feels like abandonment. And the nobles did, not resist Kashim coming into the city with his ships. But Kashim didn't announce battle. He came to talk, ostensibly. And then the freedmen left, and there was no one to protect them. And they fell under his sway quite definitively. That looked like collusion.
You're breaking up a lot. I couldn't catch it, any of that.
Sorry. I just shifted my seat so that I'm closer to the microphone. Better?
Yeah, I think it was less microphone picking you up and more a connection problem. Like there was a big lag spike.
Okay.
Sorry. I heard up to the Freeman blaming the higher class individuals for Kashim invading the town, but it wasn't really an invasion. He was just coming to talk. And the royals not really saying that the Freeman could leave, but there was a misunderstanding as to why Kashim was here and that he was trying to take over the town.
Yes, essentially, spending any amount of time listening to the conversation, it becomes clear that both sides have become convinced of the other's infidelity. And very little seems to be convincing them otherwise. They don't seem to want to be disabused of these ideas they hold. The freedmen want revolution because they have been oppressed. And the nobles, want obedience because they have been abandoned.
Okay, and Captain Ash and Etzer are thoroughly involved in this discussion.
Ash would have given up a long time ago. As soon as his drinks were well received, Ash would probably have given Etzer a look like it's all in your hands now, and it's probably with his feet up on a chair, flicking through a book or his journal, depending on which point in the evening you catch him. Maybe looking up to keep apprised of the situation, and shaking his head in frustration and back to his reading. This is too much courtly intrigue for his liking.
As you come in, Etzer's basically at his absolute limit before he loses all patience with these people. And I'm about ready to monologue.
Yes.
Okay.
So
I assume you would be siding with the Freeman.
You're gonna be surprised in this one, actually.
Okay.
So Etzer sort of would have probably taken a seat at the head of the table because he feels that's his due, and he would stand up and loudly drum everyone out by slamming on the table with his rack staff like it's a cudgel and calling for silence. It's like, silence! Everyone, be quiet. Hear me. When I was younger, my family, we were merchants. They trained me in finance. That was our field. My grandfather told me always, though, that I should be studying politics. That's where the real money is. And you can't move your goods if you don't know the situation on the ground of where you're going. That was the more important thing. I never really listened to him until it was far too late. But since then, I have become a student of the law and government. And I've determined there are a set of finite but unalienable rights possessed by all those in creation. And several of them have been violated here today. Any man is presumed innocent until he is declared culpable by those given authority to issue judgment by the state and its citizens. I have broken this, the 8th article. I was too hasty to give in to the first tales that I heard and let my inherent prejudice get the better of me. But you, all of you here today, have violated the 6th. The law is the expression of the general will. All citizens have the right of contributing personally or through the representatives to its formation. It must be the same for all, either that it protects or that it punishes. All of you have broken your previous covenants to each other. He points the finger at the freeman. When you left here, you abandoned your city. You abandoned your home. You have disgraced your ancestors. You have spit on the hearth gods of these towns. What I hear is correct, and I have every reason to believe it is, they did not come with a banner of war, but when they saw you capitulate and run in their face and leave up a prize, what did you expect them to do? If I threw down a purse of gold on the counter, someone would clearly pick it up. These are rapacious men that were here. If you had stood up to them, if you had honored your oath to them to defend the city, they would have never taken it. But you, and then he points to the nobles, are also guilty. You have capitulated. Some of you managed to have the will to resist it and were bound sorcerously by the Ysir, which is lamentable, but still, that is a punishment you brought on yourself for your weakness. And you didn't stand firm and strong at the beginning. If you had gone to your people, if you had done your duty as leaders, they would have never panicked. They would have never had any doubt or reason to suspect that you did not have their best interests at heart. You allowed doubt and the fear of failure to seep into the hearts of your military, which is a more deadly weapon than any blade or any arrow. All parties at this table stand responsible. So I can only see two paths forward. On one hand is the path of vengeance, the path of punishment. And like I said, it is the same for all. If this is the option that you want for your resolution, then we will take the heads of both of your groups. I will point to the 6 nobles, everyone on this side of the table, and an equal number from this side of the table. We shall go out, and we shall construct the gallows, and they shall dance over the air until their legs stop. Or we can go down the path of reconciliation, and we can move forward. A thing that is broken can be rebuilt. It will knit together over time. It will be difficult, it will be painful, it will not be fast. But it can be just as strong as it was before. This is your community. The choice is yours.
Is there any kind of social influence tied to this? Please.
Yeah, I am trying to make an inspire action, and I want them to feel a sense of general forgiveness.
I'm going to give you a 3-point stun for that.
Yes. I was like, that's a 3-pointer.
These are not my laws, by the way. I am hell of ripping off the Marquis de Lafayette.
But hey, your character's based on that. That's fine.
It's important to note here, Shock and viewers, that the secret to originality is the ability to conceal. We didn't need to know that. We didn't need to know.
So
I feel like credit is due.
You can't use it without crediting it, or it's plagiarism, and it will get thrown off the stream.
yeah, it's like
It's a joke.
I'm pretty sure it's in the public domain.
so as Ed's like talking about the punishment and the and talking about how far deadly than any blade, you hear a blade withdraw from the scarab, and Ash quietly go, "No, you're far more deadly than that. Don't listen to him, Midori." But
Full face palm. In and out of character.
What does the 3-point stunt get you?
That is 2 extra
2
successes.
dice, 2 extra dice, 2 automatic successes, and a willpower point that can exceed your maximum willpower.
All right, I'm gonna spend that point of willpower I get. So normally when you're using presence, if you're talking to 2 completely different parties, you have a -3 penalty. So I am going to be rolling 9 dice, but I get 3 automatic successes.
Nice. Your harmonious
Which is
presence should
good.
cancel that out, though.
Yeah, but I don't have a huge pool to begin with. And unfortunately, once again, I'm actually sincerely speaking about something I believe in. So it's charisma and not manipulation for me. But I still get 6 successes.
I feel I should ask something very, very important. Where is the sarcophagus during all this?
It is.
I would have had the patella carry it like a bunch of pallbearers with a coffin around me everywhere I'm going. So he'd probably be just propped up against a wall.
Currently,
Okay.
Ash will be sitting opposite of it with a chair leaning up against it, like keep an eye on it. He's not stupid. He made an oath to Etzer to take responsibility for it. So yeah,
Is he? Sorry, I think I may have missed this part, but is Kasham actually dead? Or is he still alive?
No.
No,
He's still alive.
he's still alive.
Okay.
He's still alive.
Is he gagged?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
and blindfolded and bound.
Okay.
Kinky.
I mean,
Yeah.
Ah,
What you doing later?
don't get me started.
It's going to be Baron Gauss all over again.
Oh my. But yeah. Hearing the slamming, Cheshire kind of pulls out of his stupor, but doesn't care who it belongs to or where it is. He goes to the pitcher of water that was being served to everyone, reaches across the table between whoever he needs to get to, starts drinking it, realizes he can't get enough of it down his throat because there's a thirst that he just can't quench before just dumping it over the top of his head in the middle of the meeting. And then hands on the table opposite of Etzer, dripping off of his hair, waiting for the reaction from the nobles and the freemen.
Is this before or after his speech?
It would have been before.
Okay. There's a great kerfuffle at the table over this pouring of water. They're taking themselves they're discussing the future of their state. Very important business that they're constantly arguing about. Take themselves very, very seriously. And to have someone sort of just in such a ostentatious manner is galling about the only thing that they have agreed upon the entire evening is how much they disliked that. And then, friends, countrymen, lend me your ears.
Only thing I did was gather their attention and hand off.
You're a great unifier.
That's
The
your
effect
job.
of the effect of Etz's. Oh, hang on. Did you roll?
Yeah, I got 6 successes.
6. Okay, I thought so. The effect of Etz's declaration is both palpable and immediate. The members here at the tables just slumping back in their chairs, almost peering down into their navels, considering this introspection. And then they start to look at the other people in the room across the table from them, people that they used to call friend, partner, and that tension, it doesn't break, it doesn't lift, it just relaxes as if the room itself has sighed in relief. Cheshire.
Yes.
The room is filled with reaffirmed feeling
That's the closest thing is to alcohol that he can get. He's gonna down it.
I am going to ask you to go down it.
Unless you want me
Okay.
to roll to go either direction, because I can go either direction.
No. I was going to say, if you didn't want to down it, you're going to spend willpower and roll for some limit. Choice is yours.
Because he knows he has faith in Etzer and what he needs to do with this, he's gonna bite his tongue, and he's gonna taste blood instead of emotion. So that is willpower gone and limit rolled.
It's a
2 successes.
That's 2 limit. That makes put you on 5 now, I think.
3.
3. Okay, cool. It's a after this speech and this sort of sigh that has happened, you can see Cheshire is shuddering at the table, hands, the tips of his fingers going white as he sort of grips onto the edge of it. You can see him physically biting his lip. You have seen addicts faced with a sip of their particular poison and have much reduced reactions to forcing themselves to pass it by. This has taken an enormous effort of will not to do whatever it is that he could have just done, and you know that he could have done it.
Oh yeah, I've seen him suck before on the emotions of others, so Etzer is going to try and get your attention and sort of shoot you an appreciative look from across the table.
Looking up from his dripping hair, Cheshire looks back at you. The fire that's usually in his eyes is certainly dulled, but it's a look of faith and brotherhood that he knows you need the emotion in this room to do what you need to do.
Armistice is the first to speak up. So, what would be our proposal? Nobles sort of look amongst each other. Whatever society had been built here before seems to have certainly been shattered and broken down. Whatever bonds once tied them together lost. The spectre of that unity is still here. It could still be kindled, but it will have to be reforged and tempered anew, lest it break again. And there's this hesitant loss with everybody here. Really, the people of this kingdom, for that's what it is, kingdom, have largely existed off the backs of the traditions that they have all lived from the very first day they drew breath. None of these people are truly revolutionaries. None of them are nation builders. All they know is they can't trust the old order. And in that hesitation, they look to you. to free them from this labyrinth and to help them shape the way forward.
As I said, I am a student of the government and politics. If you wish, I could give you a thorough revision of your standing obligations, your social mores, the policies you've already erected and crafted more. Fitting approach to government for you and your people. The old way is gone, unfortunately, and the breaking of the covenant, what has happened in the past, can no longer apply going forward. If you allow me to, I can draft you a constitution, a very strong, specific set of rules and rights and obligations for the citizen and the republic unto one another. And from this, you will have a inarguable path forward.
They seem to like the sound of covenant. And the mood in the room is changed significantly. There's almost an excitement now. A desire to rebuild not what has been lost, but what they think could shape the best future. Words to them have kindled this desire for discovery, this new birth. All of a sudden, people who had been pretty much at each other's throats not minutes before, chummy. Wine is finally cracked out. Guards have been lowered, and walls are starting to crack and tumble as they mingle. Cross the table. It's no longer a border between them, preventing them from finding a chord, but a mutual place of discussion and reason. And while Etzer is always figure at the head of this table, it does seem to, as they move forward, our heroes fade a little into the background as they start to discuss these articles that Etzer has formed for them. And it's joyous. And there's argument. Oh, is there argument? But it's not tinged with hate or fear. It's a room of people educating each other on themselves and building a unity that they all desire. No man wants to stand alone. And almost forgotten against the wall, the sarcophagus that holds Kashim softly rumbles as he chuckles to himself, thoroughly entertained with what he has witnessed. So the rest of the night is going to proceed forward. A lot of discussion. If you want to lay down some art, feel free to do so. You can form a nation here and I'll let you cover most of the specifics and creativity there. It's not so much that Etzer is to do, but rather you, the player, is helping to form the image of what this what Chia is going to become. Does it get renamed? Is it going to keep that moniker that some people have such issue with. Reform it into something new.
I think he still wants them to come together as a people, bound somewhat by nationalism. So it's going to retain the name Chia, but I think it will become the Republic of Chia to sort of announce the type of new government that it is.
It will be a rock.
But as people break up, Etzer's going to kind of go around and hobnob, and there are sort of two ideas that he kind of wants to spread to these groups. There's sort of two instill actions I want to do. And one is I want them to have a positive tie towards the idea of a constitutional government. And the second one I want to do is that they need a new identity going forward. And what that identity is, the base of the military alliance against Jusir.
Okay.
Ash, Etz's hobnobbing, if I could catch his attention at all. Ash's eyes lock onto Etzer and his motions with his hand to bring him closer to him.
Well, I think that's going quite well, don't you, Captain Ash?
A lot better than the first half of the evening, for sure. Has there been any mentionings or rumblings about my display? I know that in Shampur you seem quite concerned about the ramifications of such outward flaunting of spirit touchedness.
This Etzer is kind of leaning close so he ensures that only you can hear him and say, yes, but Shampur is someone else's city. This one's ours now.
I know that you're making the laws maybe as a concession or acknowledgement of our contribution. Perhaps we can make this a safe port for people like us and those that have been exiled unfairly. A sanctuary of sorts, as it was us that have came to its aid in its time of need.
I support that idea, but I think we should be careful about messaging at first. Being a home and a refuge for those who have been cast out, I don't object to, but I think we do not want to be so openly aligned with what some consider to be evil, malignant forces too early in the game. We may be far from Prasad, but the Wild Hunt still will ride far.
Ash, although he's heard tales of the Wild Hunt, he's not, he hasn't made the mental connection with it and its current situation, so he seems a little bit confused by that statement. I find often, sometimes, words don't have to outright say something to capture the meaning. I think we can be subtle in our words and still get great value from them. And I think that is the art of the craft of composing such works, as he points to a little book he's been writing for some time now.
And I completely trust you in this endeavor. If there is anyone who has a mastery of words, it is you, sir.
You're too kind. Your words have seemed to have cut through that air of tension and opened the wound for it to be healed. We've done a great thing here, Etzer. I have no doubt of that. But unfortunately, it's been built on a lot of lives, so we must make sure that those lives weren't spent in vain.
Well, pretty much the only lives that were spent today were those of the enemy, so I call that a good day.
You might have had one spiritual sacrifice over her. We'll see how that plans pans out. Jeez, English. Elk.
Yeah.
With Kashim being
How can I help you?
With Kashim being restrained, are we letting him just openly listen in on the rest of their conversation of the formation of, not a new nation, but the reformation of a nation?
Seems that way. He was just propped against the wall.
Okay. I'm gonna recruit the other 2 guards. We're gonna move the sarcophagus. I'm gonna speak with Etzer and Captain as to where it can be taken safely, and mention it's probably not a good idea to let him listen in on anything else. And I'd also like to know what emotion he was feeling with all the chuckling, because I just got triggered because he was rattling inside a sarcophagus.
Without really interacting with him, there's no way to know what.
Is his head
Yes.
sticking out?
Yes, but he's sort of blindfolded and gagged and stuff. So, this, however, is where Captain Ash's nose knows the truth.
So, I mean, I guess I'd be keeping my senses very keenly on him, and I imagine that's the first time he's made any sort of announcement that he's been conscious.
Yeah. Yes.
So, what does my nose tell me? What was
I
that
don't
laughing
know,
about?
roll read intentions.
Automatically successful for me.
Perception.
But yeah, I can roll perception as well if you want.
Perception socialize.
Perception socialize.
Automatically successful.
Oh, well, that's what my nose does for emotional base read intentions. Part of my unsurpassed sensory discipline. But if
Oh, it's automatically successful.
Yeah,
Oh, jeez.
yeah.
Sorry, I thought it just allowed you to do it. Okay.
no, I'll double
Damn.
read it just to make sure I haven't been doing it wrong, folks.
There's a lot of charms. I can't know them all.
She also gains the ability to scent moods, making an automatically successful scent-based read intentions action to determine the target's disposition.
Okay. He's well amused. You certainly don't scent any amount of maliciousness or nefariousness from.
And that would track with what I've experienced so far with my interactions with Kashim Kassar. He will talk to the coffin. You seem in good spirits considering everything that's happened. Kashim. Yes. Unfortunately, I've been advised that it's an unfortunately necessary precaution. Your prowess hasn't gone unnoted. Yeah.
Through, let's see. Etzer would be familiar with the layout of the town since they were openly discussing what was going on. Would you be able to establish the best location for an individual to be held? I know that the town has a jail, but that means very little to a sorcerer.
Yeah, Etzer would advise you to a specific building, which he thinks has like a strong, based on its construction, it looks like its base is built out of a lot of piled up cobblestones, and it looks like it has a cellar door with a basement, and it'd probably be good to barricade him in there. But that either you or himself should be present at all times to try and dispel any sorcery he begins shaping. That he should be within one of our presences at all time.
May I also make the suggestion that it's his holding place be not in contact with the ground, considering that 47, was it? Seems to have a quite adept ability at manipulating the ground. Perhaps the
Excellent point.
rafters would be a better place to seclude him.
His sarcophagus is suspended by chains.
There's rooms for chains and stuff, but like, you know, he seems quite secure there. Like, I think we've taken precautions, but let's just not put him on the ground to make it easy for his minions to snatch him away again.
I love how elaborate player designed restraints are, always and unanimously. No one can just be tied up to a chair. Like, they're suspended from the ceiling over a pit of poisoned spines that, you know, rejuvenate themselves from the sunlight coming through the window and sort of reflect a symbol up onto the wall, such that if he ever moves it, one instantly knows.
PCs in possession of a powerful villain all become like James Bond nemesis.
It's true.
Oh, good luck getting out of this.
And then they do.
I'll just be over here stroking my white cat.
Is that what they call it these days? Okay, so true. You mentioned being able to counter cast. Cheshire's going because Cheshire knows that Etzer knows what happened in that room. So Cheshire is going to ask Etzer to stand by, and he's going to ask Captain Ash to guard the exit while Cheshire sets work to basically, since we're going with the James Bond villain style, I'm going to royally screw with his intimacy. I'm mind bending him as much as humanly possible because I need a drink.
I support this.
As Ash noticed Cheshire, is that going to be obvious, Cheshire, that you're like starting to influence him as you talk to him?
It's not sorceress influence, and the only magic that I'm using is I'm very good at speaking, and people just like to listen to me.
Yeah. If you start to enter into one of your performance motifs that Ash has seen, Ash will try and make a suggestion to you if you're receptive.
Kashim is gagged and blindfolded, so I can't really dance to influence him. So instead, it's going to be talking back and forth between Etzer and I. And then we're both going to basically brainwash him into either gaining intimacies or decreasing intimacies that he holds near and dear.
How are you going to know what intimacies he has? You can't interact with him.
I mean, I know an intimacy of him.
You do?
I do, yes.
That's a start.
I want it to be torture, but I'm sure your answer is going to be food.
What?
You have a way through this man's stomach, that's all I'm saying.
I guess I technically probably know I could get away with 3 intimacies that, like, 2 of which I'm pretty sure third one would be a guess, but I think there's one that's really, I don't know what level it's at, though. Um,
If Adore's read intentions worked, then it would have given you the intensity.
ooh. What was that? I don't think it does tell me the
It
intensity.
was. Well, it's part of the social system. It's read off intimacy and then level. And I believe the intimacy that it was related to was being a pawn to
Yeah.
someone else or being used.
That's correct. It was indeed.
Is it a minor or major?
It was
Or
major.
Okay.
Major.
So, between me and Etzer, the two socialites, I'd like to flex this into. You don't like to be controlled. You don't like to be manipulated. You want to be the one doing the manipulation. You're the king of the chessboard. And just having all of your other little pawns do your busy work, much like your elementals. I don't imagine you treat people much better. So, how would you feel now that the shoe is on the other foot? And I understand that it's going to be responding with garbled, but I'm going to be more reading his body language as much as I can read from his head movements.
He's, as has been established by the players, quite considerably restrained.
It's going to be quite difficult to interpret that.
We might have to take off the Hannibal Lecter mask.
Yeah, I'm thinking we need to remove at least the mouth, not the blindfold, but the mouth. And as soon as he calls elementals to his aid, Cheshire would have to leave the room, and there may or may not be a sword somewhere nearby. Namely on Ash's hip. It's been a very bad 24 hours. So Cheshire's not fondest of killing, but he is very fond of self-preservation right now.
I mean, given that you're both in the room, I mean, I guess that would probably be one of the few permissible times for us to remove the gag, because both of you... Etzer seems to know about Sorceress workings from Ash's mind, and Cheshire has displayed it. So, in Ash's mind, between the two of you, you should be able to, like, maybe counter that thing. So if you do both want to, Ash will allow you. And it's designed in such a way that it can quickly be removed and, like, put back into place.
Well, he can't summon any new elementals because that requires a ritual. But any ones that he already has a connection to, he can call upon, and that doesn't require any sorceress mode. No. They just have to be somewhere where they can detect him in some fashion get his transmission.
I mean, that's another good reason that we don't put him on the ground floor, like in contact with, like, Earth, specifically. So are we going to remove his gag then, folks? That's the question.
Yeah, as long as he's suspended off the ground.
Cheshire does a sweeping hand motion, and the gag falls off without him actually touching it. Martial arts. I can affect things up to short range away.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
You're supposed to do that by singing, but no, it's still winged nightingale. Okay. Telekinesis.
I mean, I can do capoeira, spinning dance, ballerina pirouette to slice up the mouth gag.
Wow, it will slide along. It's a kind of like a bow action wooden thing.
Part of his training for this was being gag on, gag off, gag on.
This is not the club you're looking for.
I can only attack. I can't put it back on. You're going to have to figure out how to do that.
Once the headpiece is removed and the gag removed, he sort of clears his throat and sort of spits out fibers. Sorry, give me a moment. I have to get back to his voice. Finally. I assume we are alone.
Perhaps. I seem to notice you were particularly amused during our little discussion. Care to share with the rest?
I like the cut of his jib.
You're right. He does have a very interesting way with words. What were your real intentions? Sorry?
It is a thing of beauty to see a man turn others to his cause and control them as if they were lessers.
Is that what you got out of this?
Yes, I think your ears were also slightly occluded. Because if you heard me in there, we were all equals.
Ah, Edsa, you are here as well.
He's still blindfolded, so he's only heard me
Yes.
talk.
Does this mean the good captain is here as well? I will have to assume.
I'm here, Kashin-san, and I have some questions, but if you wouldn't mind them in a little while.
Well, it appears I am to be interrogated. I have no reason to tell you the truth.
I wouldn't call my questions really interrogation, more a measure of the man.
Of course you wouldn't.
How is your head
No
wound?
one does.
How's your head wound?
Yay.
Is it feeling
Yeah.
better at least?
I will be fine. I assume the ships have left port.
In a manner of speaking.
Etzer just starts bellowing, laughing, and slapping his knee.
Cheshire turns to Etzer and punches him.
Yeah, he just kind of takes it. He realizes maybe slightly insensitive during the current circumstances.
A little bit, yeah. Now that his throat is restrained from the gag, Ash will move his water flask. And would you like a drink, Kashin? Water, of course. Are you thirsty?
Yeah, why not?
And he pours a little bit of water in slowly so he can take a drink, and then when he purses his lips to say no more, I will remove the canteen stream from it.
You are a good man. How have you survived this long?
By being equally good at things that bad men sometimes are called to do.
Nice. So enough of the small talk. You know, or you probably have an idea of the information that we're looking for, and you say you're not going to tell the truth. But I can be very persuasive.
I was going to tell the truth.
Oh, I heard differently. Out of character. What were your original intentions with Chia?
Have you looked around this place?
We've been a little preoccupied.
See in the way the people look.
Your mic's breaking up a
They
little.
were. Sorry.
Yeah, can you repeat that?
Have you looked around this place? Have you seen the way the people look at each other? They were screaming for liberation. You have to be careful with that voice. They are screaming for liberation.
Well, it was certainly brought to them, just not quite the flavor you had intended.
No, I had not intended to liberate them.
Then what was your intention?
To capitalize on the inherent inferiority of every other society in the sea.
Inferiority. Man of your station doesn't like to be inferior. They don't like to be used like a pawn, but I know you report to another individual, and you were just his pawn. Or her. I don't like to discriminate.
And a scared one at that. Did you see how quickly you almost divulged all of your secrets to us when we were just 3 robed men on a cart? Despite your imposing stature, you are a little more easily intimidated than I would have thought.
A pawn that makes its way across the board.
You hope to become someone of a greater station once you get to the other side.
Hope implies potential for failure.
What would you call this?
Biding my time. Unless you plan to kill me, which I doubt. Otherwise, I would be dead already.
Out of character, I like this guy's moxie. In character. Yes, it would seem that there are a few of us who are a little more empathetic than others. Although I think once you hear what happened today, you will probably wish we had slain you. By my count, you had, what, over 1,000 men in those ships? And your 2 little proteges, the Coram brothers? If you were to take a wild guess, how many of them do you think would be here in the bay right now?
Cheshire really doesn't like your tone. You're getting all of the dirty looks. And his fists are balled.
We were instructed to leave. I would hope none remain.
Oh, none of them left this bay.
Captain,
Yes, Cheshire.
I'm going to need you to do some things for me.
Depending what they are, I'm sure I can help.
Etzer, will you keep an eye on our esteemed guest while I make preparations for a few things?
Absolutely.
I would like to have a few words with Kashim before
We will.
I leave, and I hope the words you and me have exchanged, Etzer, still in effect.
Yes.
I appreciate it. I know it puts you in a difficult dilemma, but I appreciate that you've given me your word on that regard.
Before Cheshire leaves, he's going to tell Etzer, for now, do not tell him because he is free. Ignorance is bliss. And that has to be taken care of very delicately. You may talk about anything else, but don't go down that road. Cheshire goes out the door and he walks with Captain Ash.
Before
I need...
Cheshire was at the door. So I assume you're like standing at the entrance of the door waiting for Captain Ash to finish the conversation and join you. Ash pulls up a chair and sits on it. Kashim, I'm going to talk to you not like the others have, mocking you or denigrating you. I'm going to talk to you as a man. I hope I have a good measure of you as a person. I know you're very ambitious and you have lofty goals. And ambition isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I think it makes great people when put in the right direction. My concern and my question is, do you seek the destruction of creation? Are you knowingly taking these actions on to bring about a wild crusade, or are you an oblivious pawn in this regard? For one is forgivable, the other less so. And I hope that you were unaware, and then there's grounds for us maybe to find common ground.
Takes a long moment to hum out a thought.
Yeah. I'd expect nothing less.
Your little boy does not scare me with his half tales. And you, Captain, frighten me even less. Going to have to come up with a better story.
So, I think you've misunderstood what I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to determine whether you are indeed behind the plot, which I suspect has something to do with a being that smells of cinnamon. I suspect you may have unknowingly met, but as I have never personally met them, I can't really describe them. But I suspect you're smart enough from what I'm about to tell you to maybe entertain the possibility that what I say is true, and if it's true, which side of that divide you want to place yourself. But I feel that when people make decisions of this gravity, they shouldn't do it out of fear, Kashim. They should enter into such decisions clear of mind and knowing themselves. Long, long ago in the Dreaming Sea, 7 horrific monsters marched out across creation they left their stain upon the lands, and some of these great cities of the Dreaming Sea, whose peculiarities may not have escaped such lawmen such as yourselves, well versed in the histories, are still very observable. They were eventually beaten back and forced into retreation, or maybe even imprisoned. I am not that well scholared, and let's face it, those times are well in the past, and such memories of those times obscured by the echoes of words passed down through generations. But one thing I don't doubt is there was a Fey crusade led by Baelor in the Dreaming Sea, and that it was eventually defeated, as we are here and creation still thrives. What I suspect that your sorceress nation of Ysir is behind is objects that are being used to manipulate those wild energies or bring about them, maybe under the guise or maybe the intention to control the forces of wild nature in itself, and use them as weapons for a plan to annex and usurp and bring under control of the nations of the Dreaming Sea. Ysir is ambitious, although I suspect their recent thirst and hunger for domination in the Dreaming Sea may also be tied into these weapons and may have Fey influence on them, as sudden emotional manipulation can do in the Dreaming Sea. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time somebody in great power has been corrupted by Fey influence and sold its people out unwillingly. So my question to you is, thinking back on your plans for Shampur, which I presume that was the reason why you asked us about it when we first met on the ship, and Ash will describe the Fawn Royal Heirloom sword and its screaming effect and how he believes that Ysir had plans for that. Do you not think there is a danger of bringing these beings back, which you may not be aware of, but I strongly suspect is the end goal of these things? Maybe you, Ysir, are completely pawns in this, but I fear that there will be a battle for creation and we will face the full strength of the wild, and I'm not sure we're prepared. And I don't think that's something that you really want, to lose reality in a sea of chaos. So tell me, Kashir, thinking on that story and thinking on Ysir's plans that you're aware of, you don't have to... This is not interrogation, like I say, this is a measure of a man. So tell me, what are your thoughts? Sorry, I rambled on there a lot, but I wanted to make sure he knew where Ash was coming from.
I think you dream big, Captain. I think you dream very big. Ash's sense for people it's not that Kashim's being deceptive. He doesn't believe this grandiose I mean, he knows the stories, but he doesn't believe that this grandiose tale has any bearing on what is transpiring now.
I'll fix that.
Ash lets out a little sigh in aspiration. You, I'm sure, have heard of tales of spirit-touched people.
What of them?
How is your memory of the courtyard of yours and Etz's duel?
I do not believe. Sorry. Captain.
Tough voice.
Captain. Sorry?
Tough voice, man.
Well, maybe extending a little bit further than I'm comfortable. Captain. I do not believe a demon. I have met demon. You have strength. You have power. But you are a man. I do not fear. I will not fear you, the boy of the sack of cloth.
Ash ponders on the use of demon and wonders why he'd be bringing it up. I have got to believe that I was spirit touched for a reason, and they invested those powers onto me for a purpose. I mean, one thing that I think we both can agree on, I have showed great power. And powers like that aren't bestowed without reason, and I was asked for nothing in return as far as I'm aware of, and was given nothing to compact that deal. It's like you say, I haven't tracked with demons to attain these powers. I feel like me being given these powers and stumbling across a story that has the makings of these ones that I seem to be getting caught up into, I don't feel that these are a coincidence. And I think on reflection, you may also not. But I'm not going to threaten you and try and force you around to my way of thinking. If you think that I'm just saying these things to cow you into joining us, that is not my intention. I see greatness in you, Cashier. I see true potential. And I hope that you can leave a lasting mark on the Dreaming Sea. I just hope it's not a tyrannical and its downfall. With that, I would like to do a presence charisma influencing him. I would like to instill a sense of the measure of who Captain Ash is, and the belief that I am very much an honest and open individual that shows, what's this like? Quite chivalrous in his dealings with people. He's quite honest and open, and he doesn't torment people that he's beaten, and yeah, he's honest.
I get you.
Yeah, is that so? I don't know whether that would be attempting to instill a minor intimacy or an emotional feel.
It's a intimacy.
Fantastic. And I'd like to do that on the common ground of us both not being pawns, and we're our own men, and we both make our own laws and decisions that govern ourselves.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Make your roll. You'll be charisma plus presence. I will give you a 2-point stunt for your emphatic speeching.
Fantastic. I'm also going to sink in a lot of using my present excellency, so that is charisma. So I will start to glow again.
How much are you glowing again?
I mean, I don't know what level have I over this period. What level have
How many modes did you spend?
I spent 6, so I don't know
so
what
you have
level
forehead.
my forehead glows. As this to bring home my speech about my power, my symbol of the dawn shines on, and I presume that light filters through the wooden blindfold on.
Not necessarily. If you were wearing the blindfold, it would show through it.
I guess a light at the very least
But-
will shine on his face. But so anyway, let's roll those dice, folks.
You will feel the touch of the sun upon you.
Yeah, good.
He is now sun-kissed.
He exalts.
Oh, fantastic!
As a knight? As a twilight? Well, that's a bad day. You just got a lot stronger.
Oh, possibly the worst roll ever. So how for a 2-point you get an automatic? So that's only 4 successes, I'm afraid, folks. God.
Only 4.
Yeah.
Let's not warp the distortion of what is a little or a lot, shall we?
Well, 4 is slightly above average for a resolve. He might be using intimacies to boost it, so who knows? It could be enough. And you may have unknowingly played off an intimacy to decrease his resolve.
That's true. We do not know, folks.
As I said, Captain, you are a good man. He emphasizes the word man. You are a good man.
That's an improvement.
Well, I guess the only tell of time and test of a person is to see if their dreams enter the waking world. And with that, Captain Ash stands up and heads out to join Cheshire.
Okay. So we're gonna leave, and I would take Captain Ash to the shoreline once again, even though I despise that location.
I'm gonna be
I need you to find either a very large piece of the finest wood you can, or 4 of the finest wood pieces in the debris here. I need to request some things.
You wish to build a gallows or galantine?
No. Cheshire turns to you, and he starts to articulate his thoughts. If you recall his anima banner, when it's iconic, the 4 figures, each representing an emotion of the heart, are wearing masquerade masks. He will show in illusions, and he's going to requisition you to make the finest quality masks.
I can do
To
this.
match these designs.
I could do that, but I think it might be better for me to take such an undertaking in the morning when I am a little bit more replenished and refreshed. Unless you need them urgently.
The sooner the better. But if it's outside of your capability, then I won't push it.
I will begin working at dawn. When do you need them by?
ASAP.
Okay, well, then I hope dawn
Okay.
will suffice for you.
Yeah. Got it.
Did you? Do I think that the drift wood and the shipwrecks would be suitable wood, or do I need to seek out a different tree for such a undertaking?
These things are going to be sacred.
I mean, I imagine I'm very familiar with the forest of this area because we journeyed through it.
Yeah.
I imagine that there's probably some trees in the local area that would be better suited to it. So
It wouldn't be difficult to acquire the wood you need, especially since there's riches and stuff stored in the city. You could probably just hop on back to the warehouse and find some super good quality wood.
yeah, in which case I'd probably. Yeah, in which case I'll.
Etza.
Mm-hmm.
You're left alone in the room with Kashim.
Did I just split the party?
I'm okay with that. So it's just
You
gonna
didn't need your character's free will, did you? Like, in something you really wanted.
It's just gonna look up at Kashim and sort of, after a minute, let out a long sigh and say, "Despite the squeamishness of my friends, we both know that you're not leaving here alive unless you provide me with something of unparalleled value."
Then with you, it is not a question of morals. We simply quibble on the price.
Yes, I think we're both see eye to eye. So to speak. I mean, you are suspended from the rafters and all that.
So what is it you're hoping to get? I've already offered information. You have a question, I will answer it honestly. For I do not think even knowing could do anything.
Well, very well. If you're going to offer that up for free, let's empty out that mine. Why were you here in town?
You needed a place to put my things.
Oh, I've seen the catalog. It's extensive.
Thank you.
For a nation of rapacious murderers and thieves, you have really outdone yourself.
You have quite the opinion of mine.
And then to steal an entire community to house it in. Mwah. If
They weren't doing anything with their community. You saw them at each other's throats.
That's true. And where did all this glorious spoils of war come from?
East.
Just here and there as you march along, picking up
Oh,
little
no.
bits as you go?
I have subjugated Fae, taken their belongings. Pause one moment. Did we just use Zix?
We lost the can. I think it's firing back up.
Sorry, everyone. More technical glitches.
Let's not blame the producer. This is on my end, I hope. Can anybody else see his video? Or is it?
No.
No.
I'm assuming he's not even in the voice anymore. One moment.
Shows him in Discord, but I'm not hearing him.
Are you there? Cheshire? 6? No, that looks like a connection drop, maybe. So maybe take a little short break while we wait for him to return.
Yeah, let's take a break.
That was awesome. I'm really loving like the interactions, the setting the scene. Very good job. I hope my
Do you guys want to run late?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I can keep playing.
Okay.
Um,
Provided Zix can run late as well, we might.
Yeah.
For now, we'll take a short break, and I'll just let my wife know what we're doing.
So I'm
Make sure.
completely drawn between honoring my promise to Captain Ash and orchestrating some sort of murder.
I mean, that's got to be a possibility.
I'll be right
You know, I feel like
I mean, I'm just saying I have charms that allow me to disguise my crimes. So
yeah. I mean, I have no doubt that you'd be able to successfully carry it out. But geez, like, I mean, if you get caught, that is
yeah, things go pear-shaped.
yeah, it's like, I mean, it's not gonna mean like Ash is gonna completely abandon you, but he's definitely gonna change his opinion of you. Which I think. By the way, the Onyx Path. Thank you so much for the follow on Twitch and the host as well. I know we mentioned it earlier, but I hope you're enjoying our campaign and our use of your brilliantly inspired and creative world. Hope we're
I'm
doing it.
also going to be right back.
Then it was just me, folks. So
Hold down the fort, Plucky.
I
Wear
will-
your fancy hat.
I will. I've like got my fancy hat on, like my prop. So I hope you're enjoying it as much as me. Like questions of like, will I ever get the name of the city that we're in? Right? Notice how I cunningly avoided saying it. So, but yeah, what will happen to it? Where is its future? Will it be a shining new republic, a new dawn, or will it have a foundation of rotting bodies and slowly diminish?
Hey, sorry about that. My internet cut off, so I'm restarting my systems.
No worries, dude. We sort of assumed that was the case, so we've taken a short break. So don't you can relax about getting back and take your time and refill your drinks and stuff while I monologue at the chat audience. If you've got any questions, throw them out there. If you're happy listening to my voice and my excitement over what's happening, be good. Yeah. So. I think Captain Ash may have been way off with his assumption that I don't know. Like, obviously, me as a player has just heard what Gashim said to Etzers about them subjugating the Fae. So maybe they do believe that they've got the upper hand, but I feel like Fae are far too tricksy to like. You have to be. I mean, even like a solar eclipse may have trouble coming out ahead with Fae deals. So for a bunch of sorcerers mortals, I don't know. I have apprehension about what's going on with that. So I don't know. I guess Ash kind of believes in second chances, so And I don't know, he feels Kashim, although very ambitious, may have some redeeming qualities, but there's also a really distinct possibility as a manipulating piece of barnacle that's on the hull of others. look at how just like, yeah, look at that little smoke, yeah. But and I was just saying to the Milk how me as a player kind of, once Kashim mentioned to Etza about the subjugation of the Fae, it was like, I can imagine how they might see that as what's happened, whether that's the actual case or like it's very hard to come out ahead with deals with the Fae, and like it's even for like an eclipse or something to like get the better end of a deal. So I'm a bit dubious. Like, I think they've probably been misled. Of course, I mean, I guess that's quite close to what Ash feels, but it's very hard to get to the bottom of what's going on. And he's got his theories, but who knows? And I don't know what will play out. I don't know if you were here on Discord when Cheshire mentioned that he was having some technical difficulties and he's just going to reboot his system, but he did say that he was around. So,
Cool.
So I told him there was no rush. We're having a little break, so just don't stress out about it. Are you two both good to take over the conversation while I refill my drink? Get another drink?
Yeah.
Cool, fantastic.
So, Shock,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think of your burgeoning little revolution here?
You know, it's off to a good start. We've destroyed an enemy fleet. I've turned a community against them. We now have at least a port that we can operate out of. It's full of stuff I want. I mean, we now basically have a base of support, a deep water port, and financing. Those are sort of the three legs of the tripod that I really think you need for political insurrection.
I'm interested to see where this ends up. As I mentioned before, this session has gone somewhere I wasn't expecting it to. So it's interesting.
Did you think Etzer was going to condemn one group over the other?
I'm not going to say. It has gone somewhere I'm expecting it to, in general.
Yeah.
I mean, were you expecting the whole solemnness at the beginning?
I hadn't come into this deciding whether or not the wave was going to obliterate the fleet. And that was the decision I made in the moment. And I'm glad I did, because it's turned out interestingly.
Your gut called that one right.
So we got my wife and Wolf are about to pop out, so the kids will be running rampant without anyone to shepherd them. So I'm hoping that the activities that I have given them will finish up. Thank you everyone who's still watching. Made it this far. It's been good. It's been as opposed to last session where like a very small amount of time passed, but a lot of stuff happened. This has been a few major events over a long time, but the conversation about what has been happening has been good.
Any response from Cheshire? You there?
You were speaking a few moments ago.
Fantastic. Cool. Hopefully we get the video back. Yeah, so What did I miss when I went to get my beverage? Get this hat back on.
I just mentioned that the destruction of the fleet wasn't something I had planned. It was in the spur of the moment decision.
It certainly made a major shape of this session, though, and I think it's been interesting. I think I didn't know what to expect from it, but I mean, definitely with how we saw the power of Adori when she was angry and unlocked her emotions and stuff. I mean, it seems pretty similar par. I mean, if those lightning wanted to devastate the town and bring it to ruin, I imagine like the flirtatious muse could have been destroyed in a few lightning flashes. City blocks. So, I mean, it makes very good narrative sense, and I think it also sets like the scale of the powers we're dealing with and how they could threaten the whole of Dreaming Sea. So, I think that's really good storytelling decision.
Sorry about the hold up, everyone.
No worries.
Both my router, my internet, and my computer seem to have conked out on.
Oh no.
So I restarted all of them, and now I'm waiting for them to very slowly turn back on.
Mm-hmm.
But even without video, I can still follow along via voice. It's not as good, but I can work with what I have at the moment.
Okay.
Old technology.
So you're saying that spinning little circle isn't you? You could have fooled us. No, I'm joking. I think like just such a weird like position. It's like its little mouth. It's like love it.
Oh. One moment.
Oh, hold on. I may have thing.
Things are good.
I like how I still got the headphones on, so it's like such a weird like you've got this maybe older style hat with like the technology of the future still present in the costume, but I guess it's necessary for sound quality. Don't want to hear reverb. Did you hear about that person that was told off for her boss for wearing like a headscarf on her head, and so because it didn't look professional in the boss's opinion, so they checked the rules, and then she turned up to work cosplaying because there was like a no strict like dress code policy in the contract, and like the boss had like written like entered into the rules like against like the headscarf saying like hats and stuff, but wigs weren't covered. So there's some awesome pictures of her like coming into work dressed as like Storm and all these really good cosplay characters, and it just looks ridiculous. It's like just found that very amusing. Such a good like geeky solution to something that was obviously like a problem creating work. Just love it. Pure genius.
That's gracious.
Yeah.
Okay, I have reconnected. I just can't see any of you all.
Yeah, well,
In fact, there is a link to the story.
Oh, that nice. Good work. I just thought it was very good. Let me know if you see Cheshire in the video.
Sorry. Pluck, have you got Zix's video?
No, we have his audio, so if you're happy to continue, I'm sure like the viewers would prefer
Less of a break.
less like I'm sure they're like us, ready to get back into the action and hear the story unfold rather than and I mean that spinny circle has some sort of like aesthetic pleasing qualities. Look at it go.
Yeah. So my video is back up. Maybe if the page is refreshed,
Can
I
you
think
ever
that generally
see it?
helps.
1 second. I'm going to click off.
Okay. I am going to refresh, and we're going to lose all images apart from myself. In which case, have you got him back, Elk?
I'm refreshing.
Okay. We got Elk back though, thanks. That's the important thing. One of them. I don't know why I'm whispering.
That's a great freeze frame. Okay, I see Elk's video loading. I see Elk. Haha! Ho-ho! Hee-hee! Aha! Yeah, sorry for the breaks. My fault.
I mean, it's not like you deliberately sabotage your computer to like. Well, I presume not. So, these things
Or
happen.
is
That's
it,
what he says.
Oh yeah! Wow! I feel like Etz's suspicion is bleeding over. Culture shock to you. Be careful with that.
I'm not paranoid, you're paranoid.
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're actually not. Can you see him now? I'm gonna refresh it, folks. Sorry about the interruption.
eShock.
Okay, I just saw Plucky's
Yeah. Cool.
re-establish.
Cheshire.
I can't see Culture
I can't
Shock.
see Shock.
I can't see Shock now. Oh wow.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Technical problems.
Yeah, I can't see Elk either. Do you guys want to refresh again and see if that like does the trick?
It doesn't whine, by the way, just so you know.
Lies.
Just
Lies
like
and
the wine
deceit.
glass. All right, one more refresh.
Yeah, go for it.
What we're doing?
I mean, we
All
got Cheshire back, but we lost you.
Okay, 1 second.
I love this comedy. Like, I don't know why that.
What will they do next? How else will their technology fail?
We don't even have Chaos Cats to blame.
I know. Shout out to Exalted Twitch. If you're enjoying this and haven't already seen their Exalted campaign, definitely worth checking out. Oh, we got Culture Shock back. Now we're just waiting on Elk.
I see Culture Shock. Aha!
Oh, there we go.
Aha!
I believe.
I see Elk.
Oh, we got everybody back.
Yay! It's okay. That can be that whole thing can be edited out, right?
It's just, let's keep it true to ourselves. I mean, if I'd had the foresight to stop the recording, but let's face it, the chance of me restarting it again are very low. So let's not bring in some more technical steps for me to mess up. Oh dear. But I'm
Woo. Everyone.
You right there?
Have we got everyone?
I believe we do. We're ready to go, folks.
All right. So, I'm just going to stop the music for a moment. Just before we jumped on that impromptu interlude, Etza was discussing the finer points of Kashim's plans and desires with him. What have you learned?
He mentioned that they'd subjugated Fae to the east. I believe that was the last sort of bit of information that was divulged before our impromptu break.
Okay.
And that he had subjugated a lot of other places and captured Chia just to store his loot.
I needed a place to put my things.
do you mean you have imprisoned the Fae? Is that a euphemism, like boxing the bishop?
As it turns out, sorry, Captain. As it turns out, they have a lot of stuff. I took it.
Would one of those things be a family heirloom from the Kingdom of Thorns?
Thorns is far to the west, not in the purview of the Fae to the east.
Stranger things have happened.
You seem concerned.
So you don't know about the use of ancient artifacts to bring about large-scale force of destruction in the various ports in this area?
I'm sure there are plenty of such things, but I have no need of them. If you trained a little longer, perhaps you would have no need of them either.
I guess that's just a matter of personal taste.
In that you have none.
Please, look at this coat.
I would love to.
Yes, well, you'll just have to take my word that it's exquisite and better than the shabby rags that you have thrown over yourself, like an old man leaving a sauna.
Oh.
I don't know what the ancient equivalent of a Z-snap is, but...
You can think of it as gift wrapping.
So, other than your desire
You have
to...
nothing to hide.
Yes, you have often said you were people without shame.
Do you have shame?
There's a difference to not be incapable of shame and having none. You are incapable of it. I have just done nothing that violates my code.
Yet, sir, do you think I am a monster?
I think your nation is a monster. But being the thrall of a monster is still no great thing.
These people were lost, doing nothing with what they hid. I see you, hear you, turn them to your purpose. We are not so dissimilar. You would make a fine lord of Ysir.
See, when you say we are not dissimilar, I cannot help think of how, in certain respects, a captain of a trading vessel is not very dissimilar from the captain of a pirate ship. They both lead a crew, they man a boat of some variety, but they are still very, very separate from one another.
Are they?
Yes, one spreads wealth and commerce and culture in the region, and the other one is a rapacious band of brigands that stifles everything in their wake.
Do they?
You would use your powers to subjugate people. I set them on a more noble path. I free them.
You subjugate them. You think your way is better. You think yourself above them. We are not so dissimilar.
I did not tell them that I would impose laws on them. They asked me to form a constitution for them.
What was wrong with the one they hid?
They all agreed it was broken. They're your
They were
people's
willing to
influence.
kill each other. Why intercede?
Let us just say we should review both of our governmental policy through the form of outcome. Here, under my plan, we have reconciliation and forward movement, and under yours, you had people like clockwork automatons walking around, sitting in their filth for days on end, while the other ones lived in caves like animals. If you call
Not so
that
different to what
progress.
they were already doing. You have the eye. I know you see it. You just aren't yet willing to admit it. You hate what I stand for, but you don't know what I stand for. You haven't isked.
You do not stand for your people, whose flag you fly, under whose ships you command.
Do you know what they stand for? Or are you just bitter that you were too weak to win?
He goaded you once.
Uh,
Oh no! I knew I should have left you alone. Damn it!
what kind of building? I know he's suspended from the rafters, but what kind of building are we in?
I'd let you guys set the scene so he can be wherever.
I was imagining like a sealed off clock tower kind of structure. That way you'd have something to suspend him from. Maybe a bell tower. Ice cream shop.
Yes, well, as entertaining as this conversation has been, you still have not given me any good reason to let you live.
You haven't told me what would be. I have answered all of your questions. You just don't like the answers I'm giving. Irrespective of their truth.
At the beginning of this, like you said, I would be happy to answer any and all questions I had, so anything offered up for free is not really a great bargaining chip.
If you say so.
I think mostly because I do not wish to upset the sensibilities of the good captain, under whose ship I need, because walking sucks. I will present you with a singular option. I will let you go from here today if you agree to immediately depart and head west, and do not stop heading west until you have crossed the great jungle, until you have crossed the lakes into the inland sea, and gone to the very far edge of the of the southern edge of creation, past the burning sands and the mountains. Make your home there and start anew, and never speak about your past life, and never speak about us. If you promise to do that, I will let you go.
I think your captain is a good man. And I make you no such promises.
Very well. I'm going to use some points from my contingency pool to distort evidence.
Captain, I thought we were going back.
I mean, depends on like when we arrive there, what scene we're greeted with.
So I'm going to
Isaac.
spend 5 points to distort evidence. And we'll say back at the fight, outside the building where we gassed the elemental, when it used its spray power to retaliate on everyone, Etzer palmed a handful of his fragments because they were shiny and they might have made good jewelry or costume props. But now he is going to take them and he's going to use some of them to heavily gouge his arm and chest. And the other ones he is going to go up and hammer into the jugular vein, Kasim Kasan, and other vital places to make you bleed out and look like he and Kasim were attacked by an elemental while everyone was gone. And I will spend some essence, if only to make, probably on an excellency, for some larceny here, and to also flare my anima to make it look more convincing, like I was in a fight.
Intriguing.
Captain and Cheshire.
Yes?
You went to the beach. You spoke for a while. I'll let you decide how far beach is this tower you have him suspended in.
I imagine, like, usually towers tend to be, like, in the more richer and affluent areas, don't they? They tend to, like, be... The taller buildings tend to be... And usually the taller buildings are in the centre, so I imagine it would be probably in the centre of town. Unless anybody has some objections to that.
That would make
Okay.
sense.
That seems to be the thing that would make the most sense. Unless it was a lighthouse. Then it would be on the cliffs,
I'm
so...
remembering you decide, but we have already the beach.
Mhm.
So it would be a 40-minute round trip.
Okay.
Definitely would not make it back in time.
I mean, regardless, if Etzer's planning to do that, he could have got a... I mean, he's got a high enough larceny and, like, contingency plan to get away with it, so... Like, it's... I don't want to stop him
I was
from
just
doing
trying to
that.
see if you would interrupt him in the act.
I think
Whether
it's
or not
highly
you knew
unlikely.
what he was trying to do.
No, like, I mean, I had his word, and although I think Cheshire may have given an opportunity to act without me being present, I'm oblivious to him intending to do that.
No, Etzer is going to have to spend a point of willpower and take a point of limit because he is acting against a intimacy that he has a major rating. He has a major principle towards promises must be kept. And he specifically promised Captain Ash that he wouldn't do exactly what he's doing right now.
The crystal shard is plunged into his neck. The heat of his blood pours out from the wound almost immediately. Spilling out over him, down the sarcophagus, dripping to the ground. Etsu was quick enough not to get any on his hand. But as he hangs here, bound, choking and gagging, slowly dying, he laughs. And he laughs. And when the blood has slowed and his breath is almost gone, you can hear him gasping out to you. Tomorrow, you look in your polished steel, you'll see my face in place of your own. And you will know that I was right. I was right. The room stills.
Did he say a sea of blades?
What? When you look inside your tomorrow morning, when you look inside your polished steel, you will see my face in place of your own. You'll know I was right.
Okay.
It may be clever last words. It may be some sort of sorcerer's curse. We'll find out in the morning. But good thing. But the point is, right now, I have to cover my tracks and make this look as convincing as possible.
On their way back, after the interlude at the beach, Cheshire and Ash come to the tower and find the door at the bottom has been sort of broken off its hinges. The mortar that made up the wall sort of cracked and broken, like it had been sort of damaged and pushed through. Great rents in the ground. Furniture and everything toppled over. Great pool of blood has amassed in the center of the room. And Etzer is sort of just discarded to one side. Those same emerald crystal shards sticking out in certain points of his body. So he sort of just lays slumped against one of the walls, barely breathing. And Kashim is white. Great green shard hanging out of his neck.
Captain, go to Etzer. I'm going to Kashim.
Cheshire wouldn't need to say it. Ash takes a breath of the scene. How much blood is pouring out of Etzer? He has no medical knowledge, but he knows he can pick up the scent of blood. Does he associate it with like life-threatening injury? Like, is the smell of blood from culture shock? From Etzer, like what he would expect a dying man's bleed out, or is it? Do you know what I mean? Like, because he can smell that. He wants to know how serious his wounds is if he doesn't have the medical knowledge.
Exalts don't bleed out.
Oh, they don't. Gosh, but
Yep.
it's true.
Etzer,
Mhm.
how do you feel about what you've just done?
Not great. On one hand, conflicted, because I mean, he doesn't feel great that he lied to Captain Ash, but on the other hand, he feels like he has struck a mighty blow against his rivals and enemies.
Well, do you have some sort of guile magic?
I have an excellency.
Then the nose knows. And that's a phrase I'm not going to get tired of saying.
It's a good phrase.
Ash, I mean, the scene is terrible. From
Yeah.
what you can see, clearly they've been attacked. You've seen the devastation wrought by one of these things being sort of attacked and damaged before.
Mm-hmm. I would like
And yet,
is my surprise anticipation method going off? Are we still in danger in here?
no,
No. Okay.
absolutely no danger.
Okay. Good.
And a hint of guilty satisfaction hanging off Etzer.
I mean, that's not surprising. I mean, he may know. Like, I mean, I'd expect that if they were attacked and Kashin died in the process, he'd feel like guilty that he wasn't able to defend him, but also satisfied that his enemy's dead. So, I mean, that seems to. Etzer, my friend, are you okay?
Oh, wow, Ash. Oh, it's gone. Is it gone?
I detect no. I cannot sense any danger around here. I think we're safe for the moment. Was it 47? Did you break free of your control? Was it another one?
Well, I think I may have meant number 46.
Okay.
I thought we were isolated enough from the ground, but turns out they're fully capable of using the stairs like us.
I mean, yeah, I didn't think that I just thought it would just mask him from them, but I guess they're stalwart in their duty. Can you rise?
Sorcerers are, yeah. As I said, sorcerers are dangerous things. You never know what they're capable of.
Mm.
We have been able to contact and communicate them in ways that we will never be able to discern.
Was anybody else hurt, do you know? Was the people downstairs in the building? I guess it was isolated from them, wasn't it? Now that the free men have returned, perhaps we should get a healer for yourself and see to those wounds.
Yes, I have to admit, I tried to emulate you from earlier today and defend them. I don't think I was successful. I smashed it, and then it hit me with the shards, and I'm ashamed to say that I fell and hit my head. It's how you found me in such a starry state, and I told you that nothing but bad had happened to him while you were gone, and I have broken my word to you. I feel very upset about this. I'm sorry, Captain Ash.
I can sense your conflicted feelings. I know that he was a enemy of yours, and I know that you feel sad about not being able to defend him. You did admirably. You put yourself in harm's way, Etzer. That's the important thing to do. You did your best to uphold a tricky thing that I asked you. I am only sorry that I wasn't here to protect you. Though Etz is fine, would I consider this a... Because my limit trigger, I'm not sure if it would actually fit. Let me read it out to you and explain why I'm not sure if it would actually resolve. It's like the sailor's allies suffer a setback or defeat because of... Oh, it's actually, yeah, of a mistake he made. So I guess... Is it a mistake going to help Cheshire, though? I thought it was a major setback, but it is a setback or defeat. So I'll leave it up to you whether you think... I think it could be appropriate for me to roll for limit. But I'm not...
If you think it's appropriate, then roll.
Yeah. I guess it would be a
3
mistake,
dice.
yeah. 3 dice, did you say?
3 dice.
Yeah, let's roll that.
10s or 2s. And 10. Oh no.
Oh, I got 1 successes and 2 botches. So I don't know.
Okay,
fine.
that's 1 point of limit.
1 point of the limit, folks. With friends like these, who needs enemies?
You're on the board.
I'm on the board.
Sorry, go on.
Would it be justified that the last survivor of the Armada that Cheshire killed would be justification for boosting the new intimacy that he gained to Major?
Yes.
Okay, I got a roll limit. Or not limit, but I have to roll Major intimacy.
Ooh.
Additionally, because Cheshire knows that Captain is taking care of Etzer, Cheshire goes to walks dead. Just hearts sunk. Eyes are just tearing up. And he starts beating his hand against the hanging sarcophagus. Again and again and again.
Etz is fine, Cheshire. His wounds weren't that severe. He was very lucky. He did well on fending off the elemental.
It is Cheshire. Extremely faint. But there is breath passing through his lips.
Son of a...
Cheshire, he doesn't have strength and he doesn't have athletics, but he's gonna jump up there as hard as he can.
As I mentioned, he's white. And almost as soon as you notice faint breath passing through his lips, you seize the chance to leap upwards like time slows. And there's a dripping of blood running down the sarcophagus, just striking against the pool at the center of the room. And as the clouds outside part, ray of moonlight passes into the room. You can see small rivulets of thin blood running down and around ghostly feminine form. As it continues to drip, blood seems to spread out from around this form in a soft river. It spreads, looks something like a luscious red dress just fanning out into the floor. And this woman thing just stares up at Kashim. This gleam of a smile. 2 rows of perfectly white, shining, luminous teeth. As he continues to breathe slowly on the edge of death, but not quite there. And as the moment passes and time seems to resume, Cheshire slumps hard against the steps, hanging open, and the figure and Kashim are gone. And that is where we'll end our session today.
Oh,
Wow.
oh God.
Wow.
Etzer, what have you done? You've created an abyssal. Jeez.
We don't know that. It's
Oh, I mean, no, we don't. Like, our characters don't, but I know that. That was like, jeez. That was...
Hey,
Oh.
hey, I gave it my all, dag nabbit.
You did. Jeez. Ghost. Could be, yeah. Ooh, jeez.
And see, this is why he was too dangerous to leave alive.
Yeah, like, at least finish the
Or
job.
partially dead.
I'm more like, I'm more concerned that you didn't just, like, actually ensure that he was dead. Like, do it properly, like, decapitate him. Give him some
Well,
dignity in death, you know?
This might be the point where Etzer wants to pick up a point of medicine. He was pretty sure he had done the job. And he kind of explodes with volcano blood, so he's like, looks good.
Good. Jeez, folks. I mean... Wow. I mean, that's all we need, really, isn't it? He was bad enough when he was immortal.
I enjoy the story of Rasputin. Not the whole story, obviously, but more specifically the story of rid of him. And I mean, the way it's told, at least anyway, he had been shot at, and he had been stabbed, and he had been poisoned numerous times. And on the night when he finally perished, he had been poisoned so hard that he had been essentially drugged into a stupor. He had been bound, stabbed again, and tossed into a cold river. And later that evening, when they finally find his body washed up on the shore, he's got one arm and he's half clambered up the shore and died of exposure.
Jeez.
So I like that story. I obviously know whether it's true, but I like the story nonetheless.
recurring villain. Good.
So,
I
thoughts
feel
and feelings, everybody.
I
I should
mean,
have followed the teachings of Miller's Crossing. I don't know if you've seen that movie, but the phrase "make sure there's two in the brain" comes up a lot. No more half measures.
yeah.
Double
I
rule number one.
I as
on,
a-
what's it called?
as a player am so intrigued and invested in this story, but Cheshire as a character, son of a bitch. Like
It's nothing but nightmares.
his one salvation, the one survivor, didn't matter who it was, but the fact that it was Kashim, okay, whatever. But the one survivor, the one person that he could have like tried tried to keep alive is now gone. Also, that limit that I rolled, successful, so now I'm at 4. And dude, for a while there, I was having to decide if Cheshire would be in a mindset to actually doubt Etzer. And I came to the conclusion that he's not of sound mind state right now. And he needed this. Like, not only does he have so many personalities running around in his brain right now, but he needed the one person that he could channel his feelings at. Like, all of the frustration, all of the sadness, all of the love that was there. There had to be love. Like, he needed something to channel it at. And it's gone. It's gone. How this is going to end up playing out for the rest of the story. This is going to ripple. It's legitimately going to ripple for a while.
I think we've all learned that actions have consequences. I mean, Etzer debatably hasn't learned that because he keeps on doing. Like, it's almost like his goal is like every session. What can I really do that puts me either in a dangerous thing or jeopardizes the party? Oh, let's do it then.
Yeah, I think beginning immediately, Etzer is going to have deep remorse over this. It's kind of that phrase, like, the problem with getting what you want is getting what you want. He got his vengeance. In his mind, he's like, I can't let this guy go back, or my family's in peril. He has lots of ways to justify it, but it's going to just basically have just nothing but long-term consequence.
And I feel that'd be really good for the character growth.
Guys I met a week ago, I now have to base our entire newfound relationship on a horrifying lie that may be exposed, because one of them's now a supervillain.
Thing is, okay, so for him to, I don't know if you're going by canon, but according to canon, in order for him to have become an abyssal, it was a female, so it's not him. I already knew that. But for him to become an abyssal, he would have to already be a solar. It's a solar that fell.
No, they have a handful of already... Whatever makes someone exalted, they have tainted that. So solars can capitulate and turn and be changed, but they have a bunch of the exaltations that make solars that they have twisted to their limbs.
So it's more he would have had to have the potential to become a solar, and
he kind of stomp all of our faces, so I think he meets that threshold.
Yeah, like I mean, it was pretty clear to Ash that he had huge potential to do great things. So I feel like, you know, that's not unsurprising. I also think, given the fact that we had a heirloom from Thorns, I mean, who knows what significance that may have to Deathlords. So did we just basically have a beacon of interest to them? I mean,
that sword was her weapon. I'm calling it.
So,
Based on the dress she was wearing and the description of the sword, I'm calling it that it's her weapon.
She may even be a Deathlord, who knows? But things have just got real, folks. Like, it could be a ghost. I mean the way Ash did Ash have any sense of that scene at all?
Yeah, I mean everyone witnessed it. It was
okay.
It was FMV mode essentially.
Yeah, cool. So, how Ash will rationalise this, folks? A little bit of insight for you those at home. Like, Kashim has already said that he's had tracking and dealings with demons and stuff. Maybe this is a compact between him and a demonic entity to claim him on death, or claim his soul on death. Who knows? So, I mean, it looks pretty demonic and bloody, right? Or otherworldly, so I'm going to go with that. Wow. I mean, what a session. Thank you so much, Elk and Etzer and Cheshire, for making it what it was. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I think we each had a chance to shine. and like progress forward with our characters?
Yeah, I want to thank you guys both for letting me engage FMV mode and not call shenanigans. And again, just like you guys give me a lot of energy to run this, and it's something I feed off like a fae, and I think it creates a good product for you guys and for our lovely viewers as well.
Shout out to
I'm really enjoying where this is going.
Shout out to Bookborrow there. Nice to see you again, and making some puns and like speculating that it could be just a ghost. It could be just a ghost. I mean, that also fits, right? There's like a... I mean, did Cheshire get them all? Is there some ghosts looming on the horizon?
Oh, there are, because I only got like 630 out of the 1200.
Slack up. See, this is why we've got a lazy person in the circle that just mopes around. We've got one that gets himself in trouble. I'm joking, Cheshire.
I almost feel compelled to start a competition for next week, but I don't know who would actually engage with such a thing.
Yeah. Well.
So I'll throw it out there. All right. The answer to what is going on is out there on the posted it some time ago on the forums for Exalted. If you can find it, and if you can PM me the answer, we'll get someone to shout out in game. Whether it's
Okay,
like
what's
a
the
guest
question?
NPC or a... Sorry?
I said okay. What's the question?
The question is what's the nature of what has just happened?
So given that this would spoil it for the players, I think this is pretty much a challenge to you, the viewers, as I'm sure Elk doesn't want us going off and like googling the answers to the whole Second Breath campaign.
Hey, if you want to,
Yeah. you want to ruin the story for yourselves. Here's how. Love it.
Part of me really wants to do it, but it's so obscure. Hold on. We're not in the right setting for it to be a Death
Maybe
Lord that I'm
surprise.
thinking of.
I'm not
You
going to say one
wouldn't.
way or the other. Maybe it might be an abyssal. It might also not be an abyssal.
It could also be
Well,
one
It
of
might be
those.
something else entirely.
It might be also one of those new ones that's causing the war in heaven. Who knows?
Could be.
Gatimian?
Geminin or something?
Gatimian.
I have
It's
no
a-
idea how to say that word.
I'd
I'm
say
not even going to venture a
Gatimian.
guess.
I thought it was a Geminist or something like that.
It means like
GET.
time or something.
Yeah. Getimian. Gatimian. But they're basically the counter side to sidereals, which didn't exist before. They have pattern spiders in their spine instead of working with pattern spiders that are working on the loom of fate. So they have a certain amount of control over the fate or time flow because the two are interwoven in the creation universe within like their area. And as they increase in essence, their area of effect gets bigger and bigger, from what I understand.
Yeah, they're of the new Exalted types. They're the ones I'm most interested in.
So much mystery. So much wow.
I mean, hopefully the fact that Ash has kind of been decent to this new arch nemesis of ours will mean that he'll like screw me over the least. So I mean that's the silver lining to this cloud. Treat your enemies with respect.
You're assuming he'll become an antagonist.
I know. Who knows? Maybe the savior. That'd be awesome.
It may take a weird pivot. He'd be like, dude, thanks for stabbing me in the neck. Now I have all these cool powers. Bro fist.
I'd be like,
Yes, Bookbara, I am Elkovash on the forums. Which I say tentatively because
oh, I love how Bookbearer's already on it. Yeah, getting my Google foo
I've
on.
been involved in some contentious discussion on that forum.
Jeez. Just read through the page like, why haven't we seen Bookborrow again? He's like raged in with the like responses. Hands up in the air, job made easy. Love it. Love the participation.
Damn.
Apparently, someone already thinks they know the answer. But yeah, there's so much going on. Like, it's hard to keep up.
It is. It's good.
I think we have our fingers in multiple pies right now.
We do.
I'm really excited to see where this goes.
You've got my Fey invasion inside of your revolution.
Now I have a long day of work tomorrow, so I might not be able to update the. Well, it's over there, I think. Hang on, in that direction.
Down below, folks. There. Second breath.
The Obsidian Portal. I won't have time to update that tomorrow, likely, unless it's like during my lunch break or something. So if you guys wouldn't mind just updating anything, if there's any NPCs you've encountered that you want to have a profile, just throw it up there, and I'll update it with more details.
Okay. I assume Kashim is already up there.
Yeah,
I think he is, but I haven't updated him fully.
He's
yet.
definitely up there, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we killed a lot of people. We didn't really meet a lot of new name faces, unless you want to give, like, the nobles more of a thing. But I don't think that's immediately needed, so there's something that we can... I mean, I guess the question of the... You don't want to say something, Cheshire? You look like...
Yeah, I was, but after your statement.
I was going to say, I guess the question is, where do we see ourselves going next episode? Are we going to leave? Are we going to sort of set up the government and leave?
I think we should set up the government. You should get paid, pay off your docking fees, and then we should try and figure out what exactly went down in Champor and where Cheshire's father is.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's a good point. I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, I think of the NPCs, more so than even the nobles or the freemen, the two guards.
Yeah, we have two new friends.
Like the two guards, they were so entertaining and so helpful, and we just kept coming back to them. I lovingly nicknamed them Biggs and Wedge just because I'm a Final Fantasy fan, but
I second the motion.
I could name them that too for the same reason.
What happened?
Great minds.
Yeah.
Cheshire, that's what happened. Great minds. I was already going to call them Biggs and Wedge for that same reason.
Yes.
I mean, I don't get the reference, but it sounds awesome, so that's good.
Wedge Antilles is a character from, and Biggs is one of the pilots in A New Hope that is with Luke and Wedge Antilles in the flight against the Death Star. And the writer-creator for Final Fantasy was a very big fan of it, and so it's one of those things in Final Fantasy where I don't think it was in the first or second one, but I think from about 3 onwards, there is always a pair of guards named Biggs and Wedge somewhere in the game.
It's either guards or it's like mechanics. There's always a duo named Biggs and Wedge somewhere in the games, and they tend to be just either hilariously funny in their interactions or like actually kind of cool. But yeah, this is so good.
I'm glad you're enjoying.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying.
So, Captain's going to get paid, which is good. That's like one of his, like, short-term goals, resolve the docking fees.
Saren will get off his back.
Yeah, well, I mean, he'll make another mistake or do something. Let's face it, that's the kind of...
All right, so you've got the money, and you killed a lot of people.
Whoa, let's make it clear. It was definitely Cheshire. I warned them against it. But you know how it is. People just don't listen. I mean...
Captain, I'm gonna need those masks stacked.
Your Honor, I would like to point out it's the Screaming Sword that killed all those people.
I mean, that's another thing that, like, I've got an idea. I've got an idea where that sword may end up. I wonder if I might be right, Elk.
Sorry?
Where that sword may end up? Are you...
Oh, who knows?
I got a feeling it may lead us to a certain place that I'm very eager to visit.
If I just caused a tsunami into Champor, like, just consider me limit broken, like, Control Alt Delete uninstall. Like, Cheshire's like, screw this.
Your father, he passed away in a wave that came from up the coast. We're very sorry. It was very unusual. But the weather has been these days.
Just like, well, there you go. Don't clean up, I'm gonna find a way.
So yeah,
I didn't intend for Cheshire to be such an emo character, but he's turning out to be such an emo character.
like, long as you don't go like, oh, jeez, that'd be good. Oh, yeah. So I got a feeling these masks that we're gonna make for Cheshire are gonna like be the start of his like decline in rational personality as he descends into madness, folks. I don't know if I should be enabling him, but obviously Captain Ash doesn't know that, so masks
So
it is.
since it's not, well, they will be story important later, but at least for now. So my intention with the masks is I need them to be exquisite quality, because they are going to be the start of his following. So basically, Cheshire has this whole thing where the belief is there's the 4 core emotions of the human heart, and if you master all of them, then you can unite creation under a single banner, because emotions are universal. So the way he wants to go about that, as like a side plot, is to start his own religion of the heart. And he needs his basically like 4 apostles, which are going to be representatives of those emotions.
Wow.
And that's what the masks are going to be.
That's a
But I
lot.
need them to be exquisite also, because Cheshire he can't hold all of those intimacies and emotions in himself. It is already starting to drive him crazy. Like, as can be shown, he went from utter depression to
I'm sorry.
working himself to near death to biting his own tongue and not taking his addiction, which he really needed, and finally, then to interrogating someone and trying to intimidate them and terrify them, and now is back to utter depression. He can't go through all of this. His brain can't take it. So all of the intimacies that he has gathered from every soul that he's touched are going to be channeled into those masks, depending on the emotional connection that they have.
Do you want me to come up with 630 odd intimacies? Or are you happy to
I mean,
hand wave him that one?
I mean,
You can hand wave that. I'm not going to put either of us through that. Like, unless it's... unless one of them, which you can make up offhand, whenever it's story appropriate, be like, oh yeah, well, Sammy had this emotion when he died, and now it's significant at this point. Okay, we can retcon that in. I'm not going to say, okay, I need you to think 10 months down the road and make 630 intimacies that can all be story relevant at any given point. Good luck.
It'll be a fun exercise. I once ran with a player who was a night cast, and they were so good at like stealth and all that sort of stuff. It was just absurd getting them to roll for anything ever. So I established a rule that if he had pre-cased a scene and had infiltrated prior to the scene beginning, then he could exist in some sort of state of night superposition, where he could reveal himself to be any NPC in the scene at any time. But once he revealed himself, his position was then known. And that was fun.
Yeah. This is like
It's amazing.
I don't know if you ever played like Warhammer 40k at all. There was like an assassin that I think did exactly that, like hid in the army of the opposing team, and then you revealed it. No, actually, that little minion is actually my assassin. So that's really cool. It's like wreak havoc on their back lines. Love it. Yeah, I mean, really hyped to see where it goes. It's just we've got to that bit where the first few episodes of this campaign, we sort of set the scene, right? We established the characters, and now each time it's like we're cranking up the epicness scale of like the plot and stuff, and it's just keeps on coming, and it's like brilliant. Like, jeez. I've got a little side question. What's happened to number 47? Did you release it? Is it like how long have we got left in its control? What like?
It started basically whenever we had the fight.
So
And it's now nighttime of that same day. So we still have him for like another 12 hours or something.
Honestly, that's kind of up to Elk. I would have. He was summoned to defend the city, and I can control how he perceives things. So Etzer would have sent him towards the oncoming troops and told him to guard the city from the invading or guard Kasim's parlor from the invading force. So he probably was murdered in a tidal wave, or he's not, and he's still in town.
Although I suppose you do technically have some sort of nightmarish link to him. While you've been sort of discussing constitutions and articles with, he's been sort of under the sea, sort of trapped there, and there's this school of fish that he's gathered around him, and he's teaching them democracy.
Oh man, it's hard to argue with that.
But yeah.
All right.
So much going on.
Sorry. It's early afternoon here, but I'm tired.
That was an intense session.
Does anybody else have any thoughts, questions, or queries?
Just to
chat before we sign off.
I am curious about these masks. Are they going to be like major or base? I don't know, major. Do I have to like each one individually, or is a set? Like that's my question.
They're just intricate carved masks.
Mm-hmm.
I think technically they'd be simple.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. That is doable.
But you would have to craft them on screen for that. So if you just want to craft them off screen, that's fine, but you don't get points for that.
No. I just wanted to know, because otherwise, like, my silver might be taxed by that. I mean, I did just make the ultimate prison. The like some cutscene Ghost of Ghoulie just springed him from as if it was nothing, as if my woodworking skills were not not proof to supernatural entities. What the? I mean, come on. Who would have thought?
Wood can't stand up to supernatural entity.
I mean, I even inscripted like a ward. What the? No, I'm joking. It's all good. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if that cutscene happened and it was like, oh no, Ash has put poetry wartings on there. Could you help me out, Ash?
Hey, for all you know, your inscribed prayers to the gods is what summoned this thing.
Oh, jeez. That actually, it could be an exorcism we've created. Oh, wouldn't that be a twist of fate, folks? Although it's good, right? Because I basically, like, called on them to, like, protect creation from the wild, who I'm convinced is the enemy of this campaign. Oh, dear.
But yeah, basically those masks are going to be just short of artifacts, is my goal.
I like how we've had...
Right.
I like how we've each had a little victory and we've got a spoil of wars. So, Etzer has now got a nation that's like going to aid him in a resistance this year. Cheshire's gonna get some masks. And the following, probably. Captain Ash is finally gonna get his
blood.
PTSD,
Yeah.
600 souls worth of intimacies,
Look, yeah.
personality scars, nightmares. Yeah, I really won.
Yeah, and Captain Ash is going to be able to pay off his docking fees. So, you know.
I think this was a sort of slanted gain on my
Yeah,
part.
yeah, like, I mean, and also you're going to take all the wealth you're at south. Brilliant, I love it.
I mean,
It's okay, I
It's
still
not
have the
theirs.
wealth from my sugar daddy.
and it's our wealth now.
My name's on the
Well,
paper.
you're going to
You
have
know
to
what-
talk
you
to
know
the
what's-
town about that, aren't you?
I mean, like, as if they're going to stop us if we wanted it. I mean, let's face it.
Are they? Are they not? Who knows?
Who knows? Cheshire would just, like, dance on them, and they'd be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That's a good idea. Or, Edsa would just, like, you know, you can't have a nation built on corruption. We must remove this corrupting influence and temptation. And Captain Ashford would just be like, I mean, don't look at me. I'm just writing my log. I mean,
I'm just saying, there's nation states worth of wealth here and 3 different warehouses. I don't see why it's inequitable to say we get 2 and they get 1.
I mean, we did all the hard work, right?
Yeah, we did all the heavy lifting.
I mean, by we, I mean me literally carrying the body out and being unconscious. But, no.
Sorry, Zig's gone.
Yeah, you're good. If you're reading under the Zenith Anima effects about giving intimacies to objects, it says I convey comfort or a sense of duty to the subject, basically whoever is going to hold the object. Can that be skewed a little bit to fit what I'm going for?
Let's discuss that off stream
Okay.
so that I get a better picture of what it is that you're planning.
You know, but
Okay.
what would be really cool, and something that I'd like to see be done in like play, like is one of the players to use their sorceress workings, folks, involved. That would be cool. Because we've got
Oh,
2
the
sorcerers.
intimacies are just the first part.
Okay, that's cool.
This is a long project.
I like where your mind's going. So yeah, I am going to try and I've been promising out to like fill out Captain Ash's logs, and I've done a couple for the first 3 episodes now. So I'm going to fill out those and then write a story about the city of Verai as well, from Ash's point of view, and like, so I'm really hoping to like. That's the book he's been working on in his travels, so it should be good.
Night, book borrower.
Night, Bookborough.
Night.
Adios.
And on that note, I've got no more to say, so I'm going to say thanks for joining us. Thanks for Onyx Path hosting us and following me on Twitch. That's been awesome. And thank you for your lovely viewers watching.
Thank you again for watching. This is Zix on Cheshire. Have a good evening.
Culture Shock over here saying thanks for watching us as we play. We had lots of fun. I hope you did too.
This is Elkavash getting in before Plucky can cut me off. This time. For the first time. Signing off. Thanks for watching, everyone.